Welcome to today's presentation of Super Pax World by Paxsman, the notorious criminal Paxsman, a maker that we have known in the Mario Maker scene for quite a few years now, a big part of the anniversary projects, YMM and MMC, and also the creator of such anniversary classics as Mario Regrets Taco Bell. Incidentally, I also have a playtester credit on the Super World for some reason, because this has been in the making for several years, I think, and at some point we tested some early concepts that have made it in some form. But here we are at last with a full 40-course package, which also has a rather considerably appealing website attached to it that we've linked in the chat and which we'll pin for reference, which introduces thematically each of the worlds within this super world. So we'll be remembering along the way, I hope, to read the website as we go and figure out exactly what it is we're looking at. So, with that out of the way, let's just get playing. Okay, so the first world here is Wendy's Wild West. And on the website it says of World 1, Wendy's Wild West will be the first of your adventures. Traverse the desert and thwart the dastardly plans of your first Koopaling opponent. Just be extra careful because the rumors at the local saloon are saying Wendy's got a gun. Welcome to Super Pax World, and welcome to the maker, Paxsman, who joins us in the chat today. And we're going to have a cast introduction, rather like the curtain pulling up on Super Mario 3. So, starring the Goomba as Peach. Actor, not really her. Okay. Oh, let's not get hit by this. Almost got hit by fire there. Bowser's apparently a bad dude. Seems out of character for him. And you, the hero. But also Koopalings galore. Them. Interestingly enough, in SMB1, when your princess is in another castle, then it usually turns out the princess is something like a Goomba in disguise, right? So, or something to that effect. And so, it seems very much in keeping with Mario tradition all the way back to the beginning for the Goomba to be playing the part. Anyway, the princess has been kidnapped. Once again. Super Pax World. Okay, so up here, we're going to jump on another princess and see what lies above. Whoop. Here we go. Now, of course, this being in the Super World format, we won't really have a chance to replay levels directly as we go. So we'll unveil what we can along the way that looks reasonably like a secret. Welcome, and Mario. Oh, totally whiffed the flag here. Very auspicious start. Okay, we'll just keep going. And after the introductory segment, we now get into the levels proper with Everchange Oasis. Alright, we'll need to hit the question block there somehow. See a way to do it just yet. And speaking of the 10 coin up there, I mean, we'll see what happens. Maybe we get something like a bone shell at some point, or something else that will let us jump. But for now, let's take a look at the pipe. Which, oh, that's interesting. I see it's a two-state level, Everchange Oasis, hence. Where we have now watered the place. And then we'll desertify it once again once we go back through the pipe. Okay, in that case, let's just get around here and send this over. Let's see what it gives me. Just one up. Now, we're not going to get through the twister area in our current form, or rather we can, but we would take damage. Actually, no, I mean, you can just sneak under when the twisters are down. I guess that's one thing you can do. Imagine that. Okay, and then, oh, we can probably make that. Let's see. Up we go. No, hang on. Try not to slip on the ice all over the place. And might as well stash some lives while we still can. Now down here, we can break this for the scroll break. Interestingly enough, we'll just remain in water form for this, rather than seeking out whatever was in the desert side. I wonder if the checkpoints will match, actually, between the two zones. We might as well take a look. Yeah, notice that with the transition pipes, top goes to bottom, bottom goes to top, and yet this is why we couldn't make it through here earlier. There was a 50 coin on the other side. But had we decided to go down that pipe, if it were at all possible past the ice column there, we'd see whether there's a continuation. But nope, we can't jump out of water that well, so let's just keep on swimming. Rather than fumbling with that. And we'll just duck right under the Cheep Cheep as we attempted to swim across this location. Okay, something in the bottom right, surely. Yeah, that's actually the only way to go. And we'll see how it ejects us on the other side over here. Look at the fish bones on the left side matching where the Cheep Cheeps were, when they actually had some water to swim in. Okay. This was, of course, the mechanic from that Mang level that we were talking about when we played Mang's other dry bones level. Not dry bones, rather bonefish, fishbone level in 10 MMC. With that pacing of the fish bones being ejected from red pipes. Now, looks like that was exit only, unless there's something under it that we can hit. Given that we've been able to hit the on-off switch here, I kind of wonder what we have actually done to manipulate anything here. Let's go back up. We'll probably need to cross back over to the desert side, but... oh, no, it just opens this gate. Never mind. And flag's going to be on the other side of that, so obviously we... oh, no, can't hit this yet. Or can't hit this at all, actually, but we'll come back down to here, and it looks like there was a way to get under, perhaps. And in fact, we do have to loop around. Oop, and get caught by the fish bones. Let's not overlap the big dry bones too heavily here. Yeah, nothing under there, so that's interesting that it looked like it was an exit pipe on both sides. And there's our first death of the day. Oh, I see. No, because it just ejects you out here. That's right. That just matches the exit from the checkpoint. We should have been paying attention to that. Alright, same idea then. We'll loop around and get back into the desert. Now, I don't really see a way for this to be ejected up here to break our way open to the door. I think it is just going to match the goal aesthetically and be left at that. But you never know. Let's watch the fish timing. And cross back over this way. Oh, goal's still covered, but that's because we have an on-off switch to toggle, and then we loop back around on switches. Or rather, on state blocks. And do the rest from there. So, a bit of a loop-de-loop. And we'll bounce our way up if we can. There we go. Except we'll need to loop back around. Lovely effect placement here, of course. And let's see if we can actually hit the top of the flag this time. Tumbleweed Train. Wouldn't be a Western-themed world without one. So, in the long-running subgenre of train levels in Super Mario Maker, let's see what this one is like. Okay, so they're going to toggle on and off. Not much we can do about that yet. We can see if we can actually enter this. I doubt it, but I do want to try. Something's going to break this. Well, once the spike ball has an opportunity to come out, that is. Now, can we load this onto the seesaw? Surely we can, and just continue tracking it to the right side. Let's get rid of these ones first so we don't disrupt the balance too much. No, it's not going to roll onto the seesaw at all. And regardless, the angle's not really conducive to loading it from one to the next. Whoops. Jumped on the head by that. We are, of course, going to try to jump up top, but actually just doing it this way may be simpler. And let's continue into the interior. More state switches galore. Of course, the fact that we can toggle this manually doesn't change that we still have some kind of time trigger for it, it seems. Or, yeah. Oh, the whole thing is just globally timed, I guess. That it toggles and it stays toggled. And then, nope, it's gonna roll back. Great. But we do need to run this a little more accurately then. Well, that was maybe not as clean as it could have been. Now here, we just move it and we can toggle it up to a point, but then we cross like that. Okay. Okay, can we reach this? Doesn't seem like it. Let's continue. And we'll let this shut first. Whoop, never mind. I have to get away from one of them. Or just blender through it directly, I guess. And, oh, we should have wrapped around to the left side. Didn't manage to make it, but if we get on the Goomba platform, then perhaps we can, once we perhaps given ourselves an additional line of defense here for a moment. Oh, now we're trapped. Hang on, I just wanted to reach the top. This might be a bad idea. Whoop. Okay. I think we may have to forego that ambition for the moment, but then, of course, rolling the spike ball all the way here will help with that life count. Not that we need it. That's a whole lot of Goombas. In another castle. We have to exit through the pipe, but then we need to clear some space before we can do that. Okay. All the way through here, and that's... Can I actually drop to the left? Let's take a look here. Yes, and then... Why would we? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Did I find a lock? There's no way, right? No, there's absolutely not. Just needed to hit dead center for once. There's no way that would have made it in without an exit, so... Makes a big difference to occasionally trust a maker. West Second Gaming, welcome. Hope you've been doing well, and thank you for the GG. Alright, next level. Yeah, like I said, West Second Gaming, we've played Paxsman's levels for years and years, and we know this Super World has been in the works for some time, and has gone through a fair bit of testing. Wouldn't expect that kind of thing to be missed. But of course, regardless of who's making a level, I think sometimes I'm just going to dive in and try things. Which is why, with many other makers, I so often accidentally discover locks. Without necessarily going out of my way to look for them. I think that's my answer for most things involving video games. People ask me, oh, how did you discover this and that? Well, I just tried it. Had that experience a lot, actually, when communicating with people after the fact about my run-through Silksong. Okay, now... I guess we'll be cycling through this area again at some point, but... Or actually, no. This is just a drop through the door. Yeah, maybe. Because it looks like we'll probably come back through this pipe with a different state. And yeah, West Second, we've been doing alright. Finally getting back into Mario Maker after a bit of an absence. Second coin there, of course, is before it leads back to checkpoint. That's how an extra checkpoint is being added in this level. We hadn't really played very much Maker since the launch of the Switch 2 because there just has been so much else going on when it comes to new releases I wanted to stream, and now it's kind of nice to get back into a routine of catching up on things. Because we do have a pretty considerable backlog when it comes to Maker content and when it comes to other things that I've been holding for the right time for some time, so... Okay, here's checkpoint 2, and yeah, the first checkpoint will be a checkpoint 3, and this is where you've got lots of Fanto keys to make this a classic desert Fanto chase as you try to escape. It's a whole lot of Fanto keys for well, not many doors that we know about just yet. But we'll see just how involved this escape will be. I guess it has the benefit of looking like a whole trail. Oh, no. Oh, I see a P-switch on the left. That's not a pipe you can enter. P-switch opens up the left. It's kind of neat, actually, with the single switch toggle just handing you this whole pile of keys at once. Whoops. Oh, let's be careful with the pokey over here. And then, whoops, that was a bit of a slip-up. And I didn't really have a good escape there. I should have just ducked back to the right. Yeah, dodge a cliche, you need to make another level I can beat. I remember you made quite a lot that I couldn't beat, but which still taught us a fair bit as a technical demonstration. Particularly in Maker 1. Now, let's get back over here and gradually get back to some semblance of player technique. Whoops. Ducked right under that one. That was rather fancier than intended, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we could have crossed over here, but you don't need to. And then we'll just zip right out. Oh, that's interesting, actually. I bet that if you restart from checkpoint here, or the checkpoint 3, that the anti-key death mechanism actually gives you Fanto keys, which I would not have seen before as a use of the anti-key death key trigger. We don't really see it often as a continuation of a Fanto sequence, I guess. Anyway, door number 1. And we'll just take this somewhat patiently. Oh, actually, okay, so you don't actually need the remaining keys for anything then, as far as I can tell. Oh, no, that's not a safe area. Well, now we can actually see what the anti-key death mechanism is. Yep, gives you all 4 keys. So yeah, the trail of keys is just there to give you a very aesthetically pleasing key trail. Kind of like the trail that you leave when planning out trajectories in the Maker mode. Except, of course, we're playing as Luigi, so, you know, the matching of the red color doesn't really quite come through the way it would as Mario. And there we are. That's it for Fanto Pyramid Plunder. Can't say we weren't warned. Alright, let's see how we're going to close out World 1. Wild Wendy's 6-shooter. Okay, straight into the boss fight. At least this phase of it, depending on whether there's more. Interesting staggering of the bullet blaster timings, actually. I'm definitely thinking about the setup for getting this timing down. When we should actually be, you know, playing and trying to hit the switches more. Whoop. There we go. Now what happens if you kind of repeatedly toggle quickly? Not much it seems, but let's get back into it and figure this out. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, you're saying Wendy's nuts. Yep. So we can see that it's the muncher stack on the left side that is holding the keys, which tells you how many toggles you need to do to lop the top muncher off the stack. That's simple enough, and a lot of repeated jumps actually will handle this quickly. We could have gotten on that stack, of course, but missed it. And then, oh, I see, it releases the bomb instead of the muncher itself holding the key. Now, nothing's going to sustain the P-switch past that point. Okay. There's nothing else that seems like it's going to deal with Wendy, so I guess we'll just go through here and then approach a phase 2. Interesting column over here. It looks like we might cycle back to this at some point. But, oh, different pattern. I guess she's changed out her firearms. Oh. And we'll just wait for a better opportunity here for tapping that. Fewer munchers in the stack this time because you can't just do as many repeated hits. And then more bombardment. Looks like it's the bomb itself that's holding the key. Now with the P-switch still active, we'll be gated off here. And now we need to alternate switches. And we'll have a couple of different patterns here. It needs to be a little more accurate. Interestingly enough, you can actually hit Wendy when she's over top of the on-off switch. I think that's what you're supposed to do, actually, because she would be holding the key this time, and you can't hit her when she's hopping. It's not the state switch that matters, it's just hopping her from below. And then we're in a bit of a difficult position there. Yep, just need to knock her out from below. That's all there is to this bit here, and she's in a rather fixed position going up to that point, so we don't hit the switch until she's over top, and then once she is, we can step on a number of these rounds repeatedly until we have an opportunity to jump on her this way, and then that gives us the exit. Okay, since we did not retain the Fire Flower successfully, we won't be picking up all the 1-ups on the side, but we'll pick up the 3 for Endless instead. And it looks like this will be the jump to the flag. I mean, the power doesn't matter at this point, and we'd get more flowers anyway, so... There we go. I mean, only 4,000 on a flag, but a lot of 1-ups off of the various bullets on screen. Okay, that's World 1 out of the way, and it was a good selection of bullet patterns over there. And thank you, Paxsman, for the GG. We will head into World 2, which is all aquatic, and the website indeed specifies that the name of this world is Finding Morton. Get your frog legs ready, because we're diving into the ocean. Finding Morton will be challenging, but as long as you master exploring the land and sea with your new frog legs, you'll find him. So, we can expect lots of amphibious maneuvering. Once we hit each of the 4 nodes, let's just start in the top left. Electrical pipeworks. Okay, so we stand close to the P-switch, it drops, and then that's interesting. That when the P-switch drops to that location, then you get the flash and trigger. I needed to see that again, actually, but we may just go on and try to understand it intuitively. So you've got a bunch of state switching over here, then why would you? Because if you drop the P switch, then okay, that's not standing close enough to do it. Okay, in that case, we'll just jump up. And then we'll try to jump up this accurately. I do want to explore on the left side, just see what's going on. Hang on, let's mind our timing here. Yeah, so when the P-switch crosses the line, that's timed with the on-off, so that's our visual indicator. So since you can't drop the P-switch here, it's purely the visual indicator of when you have a state switch, whenever it dips. So it's just something that we can hear off screen actually synchronized with the one-way panels to be synchronized with the visual indication, I guess, as an off-screen switch mechanism. Whoop. Let's jump accurately for once. There we go. Whoops. We can do better than that. Yeah, because it's a slightly irregular rhythm, you do need to watch the P-switch to play this as accurately as you would like. Okay, so now, at this point... So that's interesting. I'm kind of wondering about the detector mechanism for this now, because if it actually is based on the P-switch placement itself, then it must be something similar to that object detector level that I remember from a document a few years back, the one where you lobbed the POWs, right? Orange You Glad, which I think was actually deleted by Nintendo, but it must be a similar detector mechanism. If it actually is a detector that looks like it's based on the object placement. So yeah, essentially then you can drop and then go. Yeah, Gaichi Magic. I remember seeing this detector making rounds, and again, I think it was similar to the document level where you have to lop the POWs off the platform to get an object count below a certain position on the y-axis. Anyway, we have to let this go up, but then... Let me think about this for a moment. You know what? No, we can just step on it, right? You can just step on it. That's the whole idea. Hence, the P-switches lighting up top. Good way to teach that, actually. That at any point, if you don't want a P-switch conducting electricity, then you just step on it, and that's all there is to it. So now we drop it at this point, then we step on it for another state switch, and then grab the key, presumably, but then I want to grab the key first. Now this is SMB3, so we're not going to be up throwing anything by any means, but you just drop this, and then here's the frog we were promised. Which tells me that there's going to be some skimming along the water at some point, perhaps. Now, at this point, if we step on it, then... Yeah, it looks like there are doors for potentially reset purposes. And that what we actually want to do is reach the pipe in the bottom right. Now, the fact that these are reset doors tells me that there may be some issue with the available items that needs to be resolved, but that's because... no, we have enough time to grab the P-switch, place it on the other side, and then grab it again. So, while this is active, and we can nudge there gently. There we go. I'm, of course, wondering if there's a way to smuggle a P-switch down, but given the way the mechanism is structured, I don't see it. Okay, so we need to let the P-switch expire and then have the conveyor belt direction move the muncher far enough. Which means that we need to basically... Oh, no, if you actually hit the P-switches, though, it freezes, so we don't want to do that. We'll need to do it another way. We need to let it roll. But it's not going to be from hitting the P-switch. What if we... drop this for a moment. Let me just come back down. Now, P-switch is going to come down. And then once it is down like that, then... But then if we slap it immediately, while the muncher is partway over, then it might be able to inch a little further with each cycle, perhaps. But then if you hit the P-switch, you get another one coming down really quickly, so... Oh, but if you bounce it like this, then you sustain it. That's what I was trying to do earlier, but I forgot that you actually do need to hold up towards it to keep it bounced. Because I was trying to nudge myself there, but you actually do need to press against it. Or at least, you know, make sure that you're at the maximum height here, which we... previously were not when the P-switch was coming in. Now at this point we just come through here. Interestingly enough, I could have taken a second P-switch in here if we wanted. Wait a minute. Can I? Well, I'm just going to see what happens. Oh. So let's say you've got a second switch here. Oh, it's the same room, so it's on the same limit. Yeah, it's not Maker 1. Yeah, it's just the right side of the same room. That's the way that's checked. Anyway, goal card is very soon here, so let's... probably load the P-switch onto the left side. But we want to step on this first to prevent the conveyor from moving. Then we come down here, and then we let it drop on the left. Very nice. Yeah, very intuitive use of the detector mechanism in a way where the player doesn't really need to think about how it works necessarily. Now, this pipe probably just goes back to itself, right? Because, yeah, nothing else has been revealed. So let's go to the right and continue here. Secrets in the sunken ships. Okay, it'll be night airship. And of course everything involves the frog. That's why everything here will be in SMB3. Didn't really explore the previous area properly, but oh, that's because it's just got one coin here. It looks like it's kind of an exploration level then. We'll have to hit that until we get another frog. Is lights or something else up? Just one up, okay. Yeah, good controlled use of the spotlight there for the coin. Presumably from the nautical wigglers. Now, of course, we had the frog here. Oh, no, we can get on top of the sail. Other way. For the 50 coin. Oh, we totally could have gone up to the right side as well. Let's do that. And see what this is all about here. Maybe that's just the intended path. Now, these checkpoint flags give you a mushroom. I noticed that that was not the case for some of the previous levels. So did we just bypass this, or was there a coin that we needed here? I think we just bypassed this then by skipping over, right? If it just connected to the left, but we can look at the swap. No, that was a mistake. Just out of curiosity. I think it just matches the starting segment, but that's okay. We'll just dip into the pipe on the entry side and see, just out of curiosity, if this actually was the standard passage route. Yeah, it looks like it is. This is how you would be expected to go there if you didn't do the thing that I did and jump over here. Actually, which is difficult when you're tall. It is, if anything, easier to do that when small. Oops, that was not really entirely deliberate, but we'll do it anyway. Just making sure there wasn't a coin or something that we missed in that section. Descriptive is, where's the level that I play test? Oh, I don't know. Oh. We're only in World 2 so far. I'll recognize things as they come, I'm sure. I tested a bunch of stuff for Paxsman years ago. Oh. In the same way we typically do, where some draft concepts came up in viewer levels and elsewhere, and if we still had the frog, we'd be able to get up above here. But let's see what we can do. I feel like you're definitely supposed to still have the frog here to get the most out of all this, but we won't have a way to do it at the moment. Oh, whoops. Let's get around. We can get a frog, that would be best. Oh, we should have hit the flag first, actually, just in case this was progressive. Oh, never mind. Shocking. Yeah, you're saying 5-5 for sure. I'll know it when I get to it. And yeah, it definitely looked like just a frog accessible bonus area up top. Anything coming down this track? Not really, just going to walk that carefully though. And oh, it's going to be a Wiggler chase until we get to the checkpoint, perhaps. Yeah, Paxman, you didn't write playtesters down until later, so it's based on combing Discord memory. Well, we're glad to be remembered. In whatever small way. Now, of course, I'm not going to go back through that whole sequence, and I don't think I could anyway, very easily with the little setup there to see what we mess around with the frog on the left side. But let's just continue and not have too much awkwardness with the frog. Oh, can't actually make it there, but we can with the fish. Fish bones, rather. There we go. Much better. This seems frog dependent, but we'll come up. Yeah, because each of the segments here... Oh, we might have missed something already then. If these were purely optional coins for keeping the frog, then we definitely would have missed something on the left side. How come Frog Mario has extra eyes, you're asking? Well, it's what happens when you wear the entire skin of the creature. If a frog wore Mario as a suit, I'm sure that would have had extra eyes as well. Or in this case, Luigi, which, you know, is even the correct color. There we go. Throw back to Peta's Tanuki game. Oh, I'd forgotten all about that, actually. Oops. Yeah, we definitely missed a bunch of stuff. Well, we missed at least one frog area, and then there's a safety cone for this, so unfortunately we'll miss it. Such is the unfortunate reality of playing in the Super World format, and look at that, it's Mang with the record. That's the first optional thing that I absolutely know I missed. Oh, interesting that it opens up the castle already. Obviously, we don't want to be ejected out of World 2 just yet. We do want to see as much as possible. Inaba Sock Hop. Okay. No, we needed to slide that, actually. That was it. Just a music auto-scroller. And jump into the boot, perhaps, instead of sliding past it. And yeah, Descriptivist, we have been reading the website descriptions of each of the worlds. Oh. Let's mind the jumps here. So I guess technically the bottom two levels are optional, given that they don't connect to the castle path. But we never really treat any content as optional around here, so if it's there, we'll do it. And maybe actually read the markers accurately for when we do exit the boots. Sliding state for all of that, and then off the claw. And that's a big miss over there. Just a little bit late on the boot exits, very often. Oh, whoops. There's the sock hop for you. Okay. Now, whoops. Missing the first boot is maybe not the best way to get this going. Okay, now this way, and slide, and then we'll try not to miss every boot in this sequence. Okay, now we've got a bit of floating stiletto. Okay, too low. We saw that coming too. All those one-way panels headed our way. Gave us a very clear sign of what we were in for there. And, of course, we'll try to pay attention to the curve tracks for a hint for when to press jump again for the float, but oh, still going to be a little late in that. Let's not fall too far behind pace here. No. And a bit of stumbling getting into the boots, so that was already not the best way to start. And yeah, I keep thinking, despite the very conspicuous track marker there, that we need to have a bit more room from the spiked ceiling when getting into the float, but you could actually get reasonably close to it when you press the button, just like that. Okay, big boot for a big stomp. And any reason to stomp over here? Probably not, but yeah, nothing to raise there, so. Oh, maybe there was something on the right column if you jumped out of boot in that location, and we don't really have a chance to get back into that to see, so we'll just grab some of this instead. Probably there was something in the top right, like a one-up block in the exit area. Alright, one more before the World 2 castle. Here we're going to be circling the drain as Frog Mario. Oh, it's going to be a surface running level. Ah, yes, with the descending mechanic that... Oops, we don't want to hit the wall, obviously. We want to... Well, watch this entire sequence as you sink into the abyss and just get dragged by the muncher. Yeah, I remember this mechanic. I know... It was one of the Japanese makers that we know well that popularized this, but I know that... oh, no, and of course you need to jump towards the springs on either side to maintain P-speed and maintain the float. I think Mr. Electrodude made something with this as well a couple of years ago, I remember. There was a while when we were kind of talking about this mechanic on the stream because we saw a few things that were making use of it. But anyway, that's the idea. And then you do want to not lose the frog, obviously, and otherwise you're going to be struggling. And you absolutely don't want to head into the wall. Which is a nice way to design a failure mechanism. Yeah, the coins give you a very clear idea of what to expect, but I think we absolutely needed to hit the bonsai over there. Oh, nope. Missed it. Yeah, you are expected to jump on each one. And then, yeah, we just sit there until we get squished. And if you just run straight to the right, you can just pick up the POW immediately at the entrance. No need to fumble around. As long as you follow the coin trail, everything should be dandy. At least in theory. Oh, nope. Missed it. Yeah, you need bonsai hops every time. Looks like things were clearing out there, but that was probably not what was supposed to happen. Yeah, just charge up to P-speed on the springs, and then just need to watch some of our bounce height sometimes on the bonsai bills as they come in. No interesting sequence over there as we try to catch everything. Oh, nope, too high. But can't I just... Oh, no, we have nothing to jump on here. Yeah, you need to maintain the frog because otherwise you can't actually get in the door since you're not on the surface. I actually went too high off the last bonsai on the right, and that's why we took damage off screen at the muncher that was on top of that stack. So that's just one little thing to fix on our end. Feels like our pace is a little off. Yeah, I was a bit low going into that. We had a bit of hesitation on the initial run that time while charging up P-speed at the top, and that did throw off my expected pattern ever so slightly. Yeah, we'll just make sure we fall into the visible playable area so we avoid some of the issues we've been seeing. That's a very satisfying sequence there, though, with those jumps. Okay, that's fine, except... yeah, now we'll enter. Good. It was not entirely as intended, but we got it, so... and that just ensures that you were still holding the POW at the end. Left or right? Well, doesn't matter. I'm sure it's going to be just symmetrical, more or less, close to symmetrical. Yeah, no, symmetrical, just with different semi-solid patterns up top. Oh, interesting, that this pipe starts you down here. Where did the other pipe go then? So should we have taken the right side, or maybe it just wasn't enterable? Okay, guess we should have gone right side first. But that was circling the drain, and then we will now head to the castle. The right side just oinks, yeah. Well, now we know. More ton. Oh, like Pac-Man. Because this is a world by Paxsman. Of course you're going to have a Pac-Man level. Whoops. Not quite retaining the frog there. Which is going to get us into some difficulty when it comes to accurate swimming. I mean, it's still playable, it's just maybe not as convenient. Oops. It actually isn't at all like Pac-Man, but we do still need to make our way around. Now the thing is, we don't want to be holding down a dash button absolutely everywhere, as we sometimes have to remember when it comes to both the frog suit and the P-balloon. That actually, they do have some accuracy issues when you're just trying to constantly go at top speed. So, yeah, we just want to get into the Morton Maze and bop them from on top, it seems. That's what the idea is here, except... so... no, that can't be... yeah, okay, that's right. But we'll need to do a lot better than that. Yep, just need to find an opportunity to sneak in there and pop them 3 times. At least underwater, the stun lock is not going to be the issue it normally is. Oops. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and if you bounce up high like this, then you can just get ejected off to the top. And we just need to escape that way, and then that will give us a very clear opportunity for the third hit, which will then get us over to checkpoint 1. Because now we've knocked him down to 3 hearts, you see. So we need to do 2 more rooms. Similar to the Wendy sequence, in fact. Oh, whoa, that was very misjudged on my part. Anyway, we do need to hit twice in order to get that opened up. Yeah, it's still absolutely playable without the frog, just makes your life more difficult. Oh, didn't really think that would be the trajectory of the fire going down, actually. And yeah, you do have to swim through the cycles each time, because otherwise... oh, nope, we're going to be too slow. When you bounce on him, it does bounce you out. And Grit Toffee coming in with a party of 10. Welcome. Chris Shadowfox, King Proclaimed, everybody coming in with Grit Toffee stream. Hope Air Riders was going well on your end. We've been having a lot of fun with it. Although I haven't been streaming too much of it myself since we finished Road Trip. Well, I still need to go back to Road Trip on super hard at some point, actually. But yeah, I've been playing lots of Air Riders and bits and pieces here and there. The event this week, actually, the super high-speed top ride event was lots of fun. It was a great way to just get some quick rooms and top ride and fill out that board. Whoops. You played it for the first time today and it feels like a lot to process? Yeah, very much so. You kind of need to get into the pace of it, and then eventually you get to a point where you just mentally adjust. I found that with City Trial especially, that, okay, 99-second survival it looks like. Maybe. At least that's what the distortion appears to be telling me. Yeah, I found that with City Trial in particular, that after playing it for quite a few rounds, you eventually get to the point where the beginning feels slow because you're just accustomed to the game going fast, and then at that point, you know, you've got Air Riders on the brain. I never played the original GameCube Air Ride myself, actually, so I was very much an Air Ride novice going into the new game, and I found we adjusted quickly. Oh, gotta mind the booze here in this room as we swim around. Now, this is more like the Pac-Man concept then, I guess. Now, that's interesting. What do we get this star? I mean, we can't just tap Morton on top, but we can use it to clear the booze if we need. Because you can collide him with him for a jump, but then can you actually collide him with... Well, I mean, at this point we just run into him. So. Whoop, there we go. We probably could have just collided him with him to begin with there, but never mind about that 99. We just needed to zip through this. Yeah, King proclaimed you actually had to take more breaks when a test ride came out. The test ride demo before the release of the game because the city trial was so overwhelming to you. Yeah. Again, you kind of need to get used to it, and I found it helped just to know what each of the vehicles were like, so I knew what I was getting into when I switched between them. But okay, so let's read the website description about World 3, and thank you so much for the GGs. So, as you can see in the pinned message, I hope, there is an accompanying website for this super world, and it does describe each of the worlds, and it tells me that World 3 is Mecha Koopa Madness. It's Mecha Koopa Madness. An army of every type of Mecha Koopa stands in your way. Oh, windings, rockets, and lasers, oh my. Crossing the wintry hills won't be the end, however, as you'll still have to defeat their leader, Iggy. So, well, let's take them in whatever order. Yeah, Gratavi, you started with the limited event as the first thing you did. Yeah, Top Ride normally doesn't accelerate quite that much. Although the thing about Top Ride is that I actually highly recommend playing it in the lobbies, whatever they were called, instead of just the open queue, because Top Ride actually supports up to 8 players, and it's a blast with 8 players. We needed to hit this quickly on the mecha boat, because this is in fact time sensitive as we're scrolling left. Oh, we could have taken that one with us. That's okay. We're going to get more where that came from. And then, yeah, we just need to continue. Oh, no, and let's drop at the appropriate time, of course. I would say that the road trip campaign teaches the game quite well, actually. and it's well worth a run through. Because it segments off bits and pieces of the game into specific objectives that you can get used to, you know, like combat with other riders on the tracks and getting accustomed to the various vehicles and copy abilities in a bit more of a confined setting. Whoops, oh, that was not great, just having to make us bump each other like that. Oh, that was not an up throw. Now we'll just have to catch up here. And miraculously, we made it. And then the blasters get peeled off at that point. So you can't smuggle any more mechas here unless you're really trying, I guess. Whoops. There we go. That was rather closer than I would have liked, and not enough of a bounce. Yeah, I definitely want to get back into streaming a little bit more Air Riders, and maybe even getting a lobby up and running at some point. Okay, we've been having trouble with our bounce timing here. It didn't quite get any maximum bounce in that sequence. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the button timing on the bounce here has been throwing me off. But about every fourth bounce or so, that lines up neatly with the Mega Cycle, I think. And we don't want to overshoot quite like that, despite the coin trail. But yeah, we're kind of thinking in terms of every 4 bounces, and then you get 2 high bounces in between mecha shots. Whoops, almost. We don't want to be too beholden to that, of course, in case it doesn't work. And yeah, sometimes you do need to adapt if you can't just stay on one pattern. Or if you have a slightly unpredictable bounce height from inconsistent play, the way we've been showing here. Bounce, and then... Oh, I see, because then you optionally go for this before the expiry. And then... those blocks portend something. Oh, no, just a goal. Yeah, this is such an entity-heavy complex... concept, rather. Entity-heavy concepts that... it's not surprising that the level itself is going to be short and sweet. Gritov, if you liked the timing of the little 50 coin challenge at the end there, as we dipped off the side, yeah. Okay, so much for the wing-blocked Mecha Koopas. Yeah, very heavy on the entity limit to get the boats going like that. But some interesting timings throughout. And that right to left level, which always has a way of throwing off any Mario player. Okay, now it's going to be the nighttime mechas with the rocket boots. Oh, spin jump. Once we have a chance to do so. Oh, wow, that was not what we wanted at all. Although that leads to interesting results here. However, that's still jumpable. Interestingly enough, we might have been able to carry a mecha through here with us. I don't know if that would do anything. But in theory, we would have been able to come out here with one. Maybe. Okay, we have to be careful here when they jump like that. But we'll fumble through. Oh no, that's going to be spin jump, obviously. And we don't want to... Oh, we do want to hit the moon because it will eradicate the munchers. Yeah, you think you'd be able to make an SD lock of your choosing? Very possibly. But you can still dig yourself out of a lot of the pits and so on. It's definitely clear to me that you can just... Whoops. That you can just jump across most of those gaps, at least the ones we've seen so far. Whoops. And then so much for riding over to that moon. Yeah, the rocket boot movement is definitely something unusual to deal with. Especially because the Mecha Koopas are still tracking your position when you do that. It's just not a movement you see very often. Whoops. Certainly not for a platform the player is jumping on. Oh. Well, if we take damage, we'll just try to go for the moon, but I missed it every time. Gritavi, you're not sure how you never came across mecha boots this whole time. Yeah, there's a lot that in the night theme can be easily overlooked or underused sometimes. I think I've rarely ever seen this used as a platforming element. You know, you see mechas boots maybe just used as an enemy in a less controlled or confined setting. But just because of the way their movement is dependent on the player position, like with other things like moles and such, I think you're in some ways likelier to see this kind of mechanic in levels that are either traditional or traditional adjacent, where you have some freedom of movement, rather than in levels that are a bit stricter about where the player is allowed to go. Okay, so we want this to drop platforms for us. That's the idea. We don't want to despawn it or anything, but interesting that the positioning is going to work here as well as it does in terms of the mecha jumping from platform to platform somewhat reliably. Okay, at this point we ride it. 30 coin over there. We'd need to lead it back to do that. And the one-way panel is going to preclude me from doing so. In order to get 30 coin, I guess you could jump over to the left and then... Well, we can't anymore, but if you jumped over to the left, then we'd be able to just wrap around, jump on one of the cannonballs, and then take it from there. Oh. That was a whole lot of mecha coming our way. Yeah, very interesting. I'm rather impressed with how reliably that last part of the mecha chase was positioned. I guess you have the one-way panels to just line everything up, but that you have this very reliable controlled jump distance while the mecha is also tracking you. So, let's keep going. Star-tossed lovers. Okay, so, well, I guess we need to toss the star at some point. Yeah, we would fire it over there. Now, why would we? The flops are bound here. Oh, I see. Because, yeah, that door sends you back to the beginning, presumably, because that would be... Well, let's take a look. Yeah, and that blocks you, but then the idea is that you need to be invincible at that point when you jump off. So you bounce the star in the middle, or rather you spit it in low gravity, and then jump out, catch it on the other side, run through the mecha. Okay, I see it. Like this. And then we have a slightly time-sensitive element here where before the star expires, we need to make it through all that. Okay, that's understandable. Now, let's take a look at the next exit segment if we can just stare at it for a moment. Similar. So yeah, we just spit at this point and then... Whoop. I missed my jump off of Yoshi's back. Wait, but then you need a Yoshi up top to catch it again, so... Maybe... That was not it. And a bit late. Yeah, because we were doing the fast forward spit there, maybe that was not the best idea, because that sends the star ahead quicker than I would like. So instead of doing that, I just do it from a standing position here. Then we can actually catch it. Then note the block on the top left, actually, that we just passed here. Probably just one up, but still an accomplishment. No, you definitely do have to jump off the Yoshi. Let's do a kind of standard spit here so it doesn't outpace us, but then we would need another Yoshi to come and get this. Possibly we need to wrap around to the right side first and then wrap one there. Exactly as foretold. Okay. Lump is going to stay in position. Let's just let the Muncher come down and use it as a platform. And yeah, from a standing position, you get the best timing for... Oh, nope, no you don't. Hang on. And then, well, yeah, that's the problem, though, is that if you are pushing forward into the spit, then it is a little tricky to keep up with the star afterwards. But whoops. Let's not go the wrong way with this, but that's what the reset door is for. Yeah, and Subin, you're saying this level is so creative? Yep. Really interesting series of interactions here. And timing challenges that take very specific advantage of what you're doing. Okay, let's just go over. Once again, we will pass over the thwomp in that section and just trust that it's going to be locked into the position we need using the one-way panels. Oh, no. Again with our position there. That's okay. At this point, we reset through the door, I think, when we... Oh, wait. Do we? That's a big way back, though. Oh, whoops. Well, that's the nearest star that you can get. And it is possible to go back there if we're just careful about where we're standing. And down we go. Okay, now we'll just not let the Muncher run into us, but also try to land on the Yoshi accurately. And down we go. Oh, nope. That was too invincible for that angle of entry. Yeah, can't just slip off like that and run into the swamp. Okay, that's a little better. And we'll definitely want the muncher platform. Just for safety, and then... Nope, this is still being a bit of a problem here. That we just haven't hit that location accurately at any point just yet, except for one time when we sent it forward a little too fast. And there we go. Oh, nope, let's remember to spit first. And we'll follow it. Yeah, King proclaimed this super world seems neat, and you saved the URL. Good idea. Highly recommended from what we've been playing so far. Still pretty early on, though, here in World 3. We've seen a good variety of concepts, even though each world has a pretty specific theme to it. With frogs all over World 2 and mechas in theory all over World 3. So this level has been really its own beast. Whoops, nope, hang on. Okay, we really need to work on that spit. And yeah, I can proclaim thank you for coming by once again. Okay. Yeah, we need to have Yoshi's mouth right over the marker, I think. Maybe I was positioning him a little too far to the right or something, but we'll need to find a position we need in order to send a star over, because that has really not worked out so far. Maybe I was expecting that you need to fire it in a lower position. Yeah, okay, that's much better. Exactly with Yoshi's mouth on the marker. Let's not dawdle too long here, because we do have a gate to get through. Just in time. Another reset here. Let's just see what we're dealing with. Probably the same kind of exit, at least the opening part of it. We'll see what else will be involved when we get there. So yeah, if Yoshi's mouth is kind of right on top of this, then we need a much better jump. 50 coin up top. I guess that's after you wrap around the top passage. Maybe that's an invitation to do this whole series of interactions twice. You know, you grab the 50 coin, you drop down and do another loop. Or rather, no, you have a Yoshi over here. Actually, no, that's pretty comprehensible. You just need to drop into the 50 coin with Yoshi, and then use the reset door to grab another one. Okay. Okay, you need to spit over here, then it sends it up, and then it's quite a lengthy passage before you get up there. But it seems like you have to keep Yoshi for this one, then. You can't ditch him, and then you have to duck under the ice. And eventually catch once again on that side. Okay. Oh, too far. Oh, I see. No, because you have to get through this quickly enough before that is ejected out that side. But if that's the case... Oh, I see, because then you pick up the star after dismounting at this point. That makes sense. Can we just do a standing spit here? I think we can. And then, oh. Nope, lost it. Yeah, I had a little bit of trouble sliding through there. I'm guessing you don't want to pick up the star as Yoshi at that point down below, because then it would potentially expire too soon going into the exit section. But we'll just have to do that slide through the ice a little more cleanly in general. Yeah, okay, get ahead of it in terms of pace, and then, oh, nope. That's okay. As long as we don't fumble the jumps here too much. Too late. A little too much fumbling there. Yeah, you don't really need to jump with Yoshi when the sign is at its lowest point like that. Actually, hang on. Let's just grab another one. Okay. As long as we make the slide, we'll be okay. Now we don't need to stand right next to this because the star will bounce over, so instead we go this way and try to pick it up cleanly. Should actually hit the walls when we're going down in a zigzag pattern like that, because... Oh. Now why would we be expected to have a Yoshi at this point? No, we would be expected to have a star at this point. If you have a star, then you can make it all the way over. I don't think just a standard edge jump here will do, but with star momentum you can. Red Yoshi, interesting. Because Red Yoshi is going to open up the ice. And open up the ice on the right side as well. Yeah, because you're going to get up onto this row and then fire to the left with red. But then doesn't that mean that you will want to switch to green and then come back and grab a star with green? Maybe. Well, let's map this out. Because if you open this up now, well, let's just open all of this just to remove obstructions. Yeah, because if you open this up, then you have the chance to grab that star with green. That's a lot of reset doors for this sequence. Yeah, and then you spit the star over here on this side and do the jump and everything. So, as the star coming down, you capture it here, and then... At this point... Booze, no. Needed to just land on top of the star with better timing. That was all there was to that part. And that was the goal already, so... Let's... do this bit. Swap. And of course we don't want to accidentally cut through all of the thwomps. With the star in hand. There we go. Much better. Alright, obviously don't want to hit the castle yet. We'll play all we can up to that point. Walls lined in ectoplasm. We're at 99 lives at this point, but we'll probably grab 1-ups just for the satisfaction whenever we can. Now, I didn't quite see what the switching trigger was there. Oh, it's facing mechanism, isn't it? Oh, whoops. Or rather, okay, no, it's the right side arrows that are telling me that we're supposed to go right once the opportunity opens up. Yeah, so it's a blue wall level. But it moves with you, okay. So, yeah. I'm thinking about how this setup is actually maintained in terms of how the boos are locked in position. Probably... It can't be one-way panels. It could be something else. But yeah, no, because you're only able to scroll to the right, and then there's a point at which they're locked in. It may be like a spread of one-way panels at some point. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, because they lock into a certain minimum position, right? So if it's moles and one-way panels, that would make sense. You can duck under the beam, which is very important to know. And we'll just patiently walk through this bit here. On-off switch over here, and yeah, we are able to extend past this point. And we cross this wall, except I accidentally hit the switch twice, and that happened the way it did. Let's wait for the next cycle on this one. And the next spike ball. Remarkable that the timing synchronization between the mecha beams and the spike ball work as well as they do. I haven't been in a situation yet where I felt like I was absolutely trapped by my timing against a blue beam. It seems like a fairly tricky thing to work out, actually, in terms of giving the player enough spacing. But I guess, you know, being able to duck under the beam is what solves that whole matter. And now, of course, we can't just duck in position when the boos are coming back and forth. We just need to maybe not hit that switch the second time, if we can avoid it. We'll just wait over here and then push. I'm definitely thinking about how the stack is put together for the right side column. Or both columns, really. Like, I was saying something about a mole earlier. It can't be, actually, because of the way the player's being tracked. But it does seem like there's some kind of one-way panel setup that would be locking things in place. Also, one thing you do have to admire is that down below you've got ground tiles and saw blades eating into the entity limit to make the ground look much more visually coherent than just using spike blocks at the bottom, which it looks like you could alternatively do if you were thinking in really mechanical terms. But I've always found the one-tile spikes in Mario Maker 1 and 2 to be pretty hideous, so it's always nice to see some of that additional effort to use something else instead. Yeah, that time we got a little bit trapped. Maybe we could have made it if we ducked immediately. That's the one time that it felt a little bit trapped in terms of timing so far, because we only had so much room to work with the spike ball. But just given how much flexibility there is for the player, it is impressive that this works as well as it does, without just breaking everywhere when it comes to the timings and spacing being fair. We'll wait for the next one. Nope, hang on. Nearly got run over by the left side wall there. And yeah, that was still kind of wiggling on the right. Paxsman, you said it's a bit jank, but Lecter said it should be longer, so you made it longer. I think it's an appropriate length. But then again, you know, my personal bias is in favor of lengthy, elaborate sequences that give mechanics enough room to breathe. I feel like when it comes to level pacing, checkpointing, etc., that I have a much higher tolerance for length than a lot of other Maker players that I've seen. And of course, you know, with the grinders at the bottom eating into the entity limit, that's naturally going to impose a slight restriction. Whoop, no, I got into a bit of a problem there where I was sending the boost to the left, but I also had to duck, and I probably could have had enough time there to evade the beams and still jump out of there. But we want to time the on-off switch there according to when it's safe to get around a beam as well, because you can't really hold still while boos are hurtling towards you. And we'll just take this one patiently here. And maybe a bit risky to push into that one, but we'll take it. Okay, this was safe. And 50 coin there, is that very reachable? I guess we'll find out in just a moment. And we'll get out. Look at that face. In the one-up room. Okay, so, well, we can take either one as long as we don't run into everything. And again, at this point, you know, we're kind of constantly hanging at around 98 or 99 lives. We don't really need any particular bonus. Also, notice how the cannonballs are going to be staggered differently depending on how the cannons are moving forward as things are being launched. That's something we need to watch out for. Yeah, and sometimes you need enough room for short bounces as you're pushing to the right, so you can stay under the beam. That's also an important consideration. Now that's all within easy reach. We'll have a bit of space to work with over here. High jumps to not expend too many cannonballs while we get around the beams. Oh, and almost made it. Shouldn't have pulled back there, but that's okay. I was definitely thinking, okay, do you kind of peel one column at a time, or do you peel like the top layer at a time to give yourself more choices of where to go horizontally? Either way will work, but it's just a matter of which one's going to feel a bit more manageable. I like that there's a bit of flexibility to how you can approach that in your choice of cannonballs, that you have multiple workable solutions. Look at how you can just jump directly up from this platform, actually. You don't need to bounce up there. Not sneaking in here for all the precision that would demonstrate, though. Okay, nowhere else to go at this point, so let's just exit. All those extra grinder blades at the end left over in the entity budget. Very impressive that that was available. But that'll be all for this one. Iggy's claw machine. Okay, can't get up there, so. I guess we dodge projectiles while on claws, and that'll just be how we do things until we get a chance to jump them, which I have not seen yet. Whoa, that was accidental. Yeah, and we just need to watch how we're constrained by the various projectiles and beams. The setup is moles being separated by munchers and clouds. Oh, for the previous level, yeah. I felt like there was some kind of player tracking going on. I was trying to figure out how the right column was being pushed by that. But with clouds, it makes sense because it's camera locked, and given the movement there, that makes a lot of sense all of a sudden. Yeah, a lot of the movement in the previous level now makes a lot more sense if I think about everything as cloud mounted. Okay, we need to straighten out the claw sometimes so we don't have too much of a swing. Sometimes when we're getting on the claw off position, we have too much of a swing in one direction, and it makes the momentum going into the next drop a little bit more difficult to control. Don't think we're really going to get a jump on Iggy at that point of the swinging. I actually want to jump off nice and early sometimes, just to make sure we can aim where we want. Okay, more claws, of course. This one-way, not one-way, this semi-solid rather, is just to mount the claw, I think. Just to keep everything decoratively coherent. Okay, and we'll be chased onto the next claw track. Go down, then we can get out this way. Oh, something up top there. Okay, I guess we actually have to fight in this area. Or rather, hit the on-off switches. Now, why are we hitting the on-off switches? I don't see what that's doing yet in terms of how we should be timing it or aiming it. I guess we just hit repeatedly until, yeah, he gets out of there, and then once he enters his room, we'll do the rest. Oh, nope. I was expecting him to come out of the shell one bounce earlier. That was misjudged. Always love the multi-phase boss sequences. Yeah, the exact requirement for what was going on with the on-off switch is a little bit opaque to me at first, but I think, you know, you just hit it repeatedly until things happen, then everything will work out in the end. I think it was just a lot of repeated toggles that were required for that, but I didn't really get a good look at the room while we were doing that. Nope, I was trying to jump out of that, and we were late. One of those sequences where the first try was the most successful, at least thus far. Okay, here we go. Now we have to watch out for where the mecha gets shot at the beginning, because that was definitely catching me off guard. First few times. Oop. Make sure we get another landing on it. There we go. And we'll do the first hit with a throw, which also has the benefit of getting rid of the mecha, which was definitely an issue for us last time. And that's it. And that's it for World 3. Thank you for the GG. We'll see how we do in terms of pace today, whether we can get through a lot of it in one go, or to split it between today and tomorrow, but I guess that will depend on how things escalate. Obviously, it's great to have the maker in the house catching as much of this live as you're able. But we're entering World 4 now, which is the job fair in the sky. Bowser is hosting a job fair in the sky to try to find some new hires. You are attending to try and get closer to the Koopa King, but can you beat the power of nepotism to stop Larry and Roy? I think we know the answer to that. Meet the plumber. B. Oh yeah, no, it's just telling you to hold into the bounces. Maybe we need to twirl that. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. So it's saying B. I am holding B. Yeah, okay. There we go. Oh, gotta catch it. No, it's just going to outpace me completely, so that won't be it. Yeah, just need to hit jump as you're going through the bumper. Interesting donut block on the bottom right there to catch you if you're riding on the raft for too long, perhaps, if you jump down towards it. Stumbled a little bit on that bumper there before we could get ejected. And then, yeah, we need to give ourselves a bit more time on this landing here. Or at least a little bit more space to work with. And then that on-off switch will control the timing for when we're exiting that bumper. Always mushrooms, always a staple of music levels, using too many entities already for the music itself. Okay. Okay, just short bounces here actually just make this play out exactly as you'd like, but then you need to, if you miss an opportunity to ground pound, just wall jump off some one-way panels there instead. Nearly had a bit of a spill there at the bottom of that room.
Made it.
Doing things the hard way. That sounds familiar. Okay, reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Obviously, this is going to block us off. Maybe we need to re-enter this pipe eventually with a propeller or something, and or a squirrel. This is going to be a squirrel. Oh, that's why we're doing things the hard way, because you... well, this was not much of a glide, but we will float our way down. Oh yeah, you absolutely need to glide. Okay. Well, we might as well scout ahead to see what's involved. Since otherwise, given the nature of this level, we would need to just reload anyway. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of squirrel gliding. And then we'll just scout the rest anyway. Okay, that's actually all there is to it. Very similar to the final level of, I want to say, New Super Luigi U, actually. Very short and sweet little squirrel glide level. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. The New Super Luigi U finale. So yeah, we just maintain the glide and we're okay, as long as we hit the bounces. And then, but here we do need to hold up for the ground pound. That's something that I had to mentally process for a moment, and that was a moment too long. Hold up for the ground pound to get past that segment. Or even just release, actually. You don't need a ground pound, you just need to release the jump. And then into the float, but the wiggler is going to tail you there for a moment, and then... Now here, we should be alright, as long as we just make it into the pipe. Okay, not too bad. And we'll have an airship next, or at least that's what the map tells me. Used Yoshi Salesman. Okay. That's why it's used. I was scanning around to see if we needed to actually fire at anything here, but no, it seems not. Either it's just red to preclude swallowing anything. Yeah, so if you jump up towards him, you can dunk him like that. But let's take a look at how we mounted up on this one carefully. If we just hit accurately, we should be able to mount up immediately. But then, if we wall jump like that to bop it down, well, we'll need to be careful because, yeah, we're not actually getting above the skull platform at any point. We just Nope, that was not something salvageable, despite our best efforts. Okay, let's have a better pickup on this Yoshi this time. I feel like the wall jump's not the idea there. We just need to jump up more directly towards it and then straighten out our landing when it gets unloaded onto the platform down below. I don't think we're mounting this one... Oh, we actually are. Yeah, I was thinking on all the previous attempts we weren't mounting the Yoshi very directly, even though, of course, this introductory segment shows you that you can. Yeah, no, we're jumping off that first platform too late, and so I'm not getting the height that I need to get into the position for the instant mounting the way that we have in the tutorial segment here. There we go, much better. Except I need to fire first and then jump, obviously, and then you jump off Yoshi at the P block marker. Here we go. Missed. Totally missed. Yeah, and you do need to lower that because of the boo column up top. But yeah, just need to work on that jump towards the second Yoshi. It always catches me by surprise that I actually do mount it successfully, and so... That's interesting that melting the ice is going to initially drop the blaster down 2 squares, but then you need to depend on the bomb timing to do the rest. There we go. But that's instant, so because of the Mantra Crush. Now let's see about this bit here, if we can line this up properly. Oh, we did get back on the platform. I just didn't stay on to melt the ice in the next segment. There we go. Oh, nope. Poor choice of jump, that's all. Yeah, the timing of this little drop and recovery onto the platform is a neat little moment. Okay, let's get back up onto this spot here. Okay, and then at this point we can just fire at this until it works, and then I hope I'm supposed to drop Yoshi there. It seems like given the spacing that I have to. 2 exit pipes, that's interesting. No, we just needed to float down below instead, but... Yeah, otherwise... Kind of looked like it was theoretically possible to just continue down there if we remounted Yoshi somehow, and... Yeah, because he took damage, and I could mount up on him again, but then you have the state switch here to deal with. So let's just play it as intended. Okay, I need to not hold the jump and float with him too soon. That's been an issue. Oh, no. Too late. And yeah, we might want to float at that point just to land with the jump. Oh, missed. Yeah, and that's what gets you in position for the thwomp to activate the on-off switch to get you through the next wall. But we do need to work on the positioning here. Still too far to the right every single time. Oh, I see. Because we actually did not have a chance to float with that Yoshi. It's a minute difference in the setup here, perhaps. Where we really need to jump at the line then. Yeah, you actually don't get a float on that Yoshi. That's interesting. Okay. No, you fire to the left. But then you don't want to float until you've done that, because you have to float a little further down below. And given the angle there, we will not be able to just twirl over if we miss the Yoshi, I don't think. Okay. Now you do need one float here. Okay, and then this bounce gives you the next float. Let's read this carefully here. Do we want to hit the on-off switch a second time? I think we have to, actually, because otherwise that would have no reason to be available to us. Now, would it? Well, let's see, because if you have the on-off switch... No, actually, we do want it on the on state. So that was already activated. We don't need to jump towards it a second time, then. There's no reason that I can see. Missed. The Luigi holds the flutter ability, not the Yoshi for some reason. Yeah, so if you've fluttered on one once and you get on the next one in midair, then you can't chain it because it doesn't reset. I only learned that here. I wouldn't have been able to guess off the top of my head that that was the case. I feel like that's a puzzle interaction waiting to happen, actually. That... There's definitely more use cases. And yeah, so that prevents you from hitting the on-off a second time. Not that we were doing so intentionally. We have plenty of opportunity to patiently reposition that grinder blade. And so we should do that. And then try to hit that a bit more accurately. Interesting that there was another on-off switch toggle at that point. Oops. Yeah, because intuitively I would totally thought that I had another float available to me after changing Yoshis, but we just have to remember that's not the case. And then do a similar jump here. Now we just bounce patiently and then try to catch each of these, and better reaction timing there would have been helpful, I suppose. Didn't really know what was coming there, so that's our excuse. Yeah, this has been by far the trickiest level for me in the entire run so far. Just taking about 20 lives of hits all of a sudden. But we're getting used to it. Oops. But of course, you know, a big part of that is just a jumping accuracy when trying to catch the Yoshis from under. Still too high every time, actually. We should trust the indicator more, perhaps. Although, of course, the problem with the tile indicators like that often is you reading that as Luigi's position or Yoshi's position? And there is going to be a slight difference between that. There we go. Now, when we have a big drop like that, we just need to be prepared for the dismount. Like here, for instance. Oh, no. Wow, that actually was salvaged in its own way, even though we had some trouble once we landed on the platform down below. Yeah, this must have been a really tricky one to put together, because there are so many things that look like they might be vulnerable to damage boosts, even if they happen accidentally. And definitely, you know, the readability on drop is something that probably took quite a bit of fine-tuning. Oh, nope, missed the Goomba I was going for. Paxsman, you think this one has the lowest clear rate of the entire set? Yeah, I can imagine that. But oop. But in some ways, it's the nature of the mechanic. You know, you have to think a little bit outside your usual Mario expectations of how to aim at things. No, we needed to get back to the Yoshi and then wrap down to the door, and that was obvious once it was too late to do anything about it, since my platform was too low. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. That's the problem. Yeah, no, that's the check against the damage boost with the Yoshi, is that if it happens, whether you do so intentionally or not, you have a problem with the Yoshi getting loaded for the exit gate in the position where you need it. That's an interesting way to work around that, actually. That is now very clear to me. What purpose that's serving. Okay. I thought I was going to get a Yoshi drop there. I did not. Wonder what I did wrong. Okay, drop it like this, and then like this. Oh, I dropped it off to the side? No, I dropped it to the right. No, there it is. I wonder how it didn't come down earlier. Maybe I dropped it too far to the ledge or something. I didn't see what actually happened. I'd love the use of the background transparency on a semi-solid there. Anyway, we need this one up all of a sudden because of all the damage we took in that level, but we'll finish on 69, so. Let's get out. See, it's not an easy job to be a used Yoshi salesman, in case anybody thought that any schmo could just take up that mantle. Have we cleared all the ones here already? Oh no, it's Fortress and then Castle. Yeah, okay. I see. You think it may have despawned. Those reset doors were there because they were strange with that. Interesting. I didn't notice what was going on with it though, because the... Yeah, we were fine all the way until I reached the bottom, and then it just did not drop with me for whatever reason, but I wonder if I just dismounted it early or something. But I'm not quite clear. That's one to look over afterwards. Paleozoic polymorphic phosphorus. No, we don't drop into that. I wonder why I was reading that. Such. No, we bop the bones first, then we go back and then see what happens. Because maybe something is supposed to happen. Let's give it a little bit lower positioning first. And jump, and then see what is going on. Right, then, yeah, because it's meant to create the illusion that it is turning into a usable bone shell. Okay, so we drop it, and then it'll give you the shell in the left position. Oh, whoops. Didn't see that coming. I wasn't watching the burners at all. Yeah, you're saying you think if you get too high, it gets far enough to despawn. Yeah, so it's just being able to watch the drop there. Alright, now we understand the wall jump here for safety, if we're not being cautious. Trying to think about the underlying mechanism to this. Could be a seesaw, right? Depending, yeah, because you know which column bones will drop on. So you just need something that will trigger raising the empty bone shell. Don't know if it is built using a seesaw, but that's probably how I would have tried it. That would explain the timing too, perhaps. Okay, let's not send this too far away, but we do need to drop this guy. Do we? No, we don't. Maybe. Yeah, we do. Okay, because then you have a shell appearing on this side. We'll just watch the timing here carefully. And then sustain ourselves here until such time as we get a shell. Because at this point we're accustomed to the delay that we need to sit through. Oh, whoops. You know, this brings back a very specific memory, which is that in Super Mario World, late in the game, there's that Blarg level that actually does begin with a drop directly towards lava, right? And I remember just repeatedly falling into that lava pit when I was younger just because I was holding right too aggressively on the drop. It's in that late game level that's mostly the Blarg ride. I used to know the exact number of everything in Super Mario World off by heart. I really don't anymore. Okay. Tricky timing there, but we got it. Yeah, again, we don't want to hold right into the pipe exit. At least we're guaranteed to hit that flag. Okay, then we dunk this guy just by standing there. That will give us the bone shell in this location, so we try not to get hit by the Goombas coming down. I nearly got hit just as I said that, and then we have to do the repeated fishbone jump. In order to sustain ourselves for long enough before the bone shell comes up on the central column. And look at that. Pulling right at the flag, that's what that gets you. Okay. Nope. That's the exact mistake that I said I would avoid. I guess we had to demonstrate that at least once. And I was trying to jump around at that time, but it didn't account for the aggressive swing to the left. Sit on this, and then let's let this all go. And sail to the right. Okay, fishbone sequence here. Let's be careful. And yeah, okay, they're all going to get chopped by the spike, so we'll mind the timing here. The second one's going to be faster. And then, oh, for some reason I was reading the right side as a landing. We just needed to go for the axe directly, actually. I was reading the right side as a landing before we go back to the column to land in a bone shell, and then it took me a moment to register the axes right there. Mind your head. Boop. Good thing there was no more collision on it as it was sinking, unlike in Maker 1. Where that would have caught me for sure. And yeah, Subin, you saw the same thing where you just kind of perceived it as a platform on the right when it was just the goal design. There we go.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Interview versus Nepo Koopas. Okay. Oh yes, okay, so now this tests your knowledge of some of the mechanics you had seen previously, like the bounce and the squirrel for that matter, and the Yoshi. Oh, whoops, too high. And then we actually needed the boost up at the second block there. I think we might be failing the interview. Now, this is the kind of level that makes a great deal of sense as the summation of what has gone on in Super Worlds thus far. I would imagine it plays out maybe a bit more chaotically for anybody who's just picking this up in a random queue or whatever, but we don't care about them, so that's okay. But this is the kind of thing that I actually wish we saw in Super Worlds more often in some sense, where never mind the people playing it endless, at least you have a way of establishing a bit of continuity where you go in knowing what the player has experienced so far and can design around that accordingly instead of having to reintroduce everything. But yeah, definitely if you hadn't been introduced to all that, that would be a whole lot of mechanics at once. I think we just have to take this and pound it for... Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do the wall jump over there. Oops. Okay, float over here. Yeah, I have to make sure you can master every aspect of the job interview. Okay, now we just drop and go for the next bounce, except I totally missed it. However, 50 coin available down below. That tells me that you can actually just bounce off the bumper that way. And salvage that. Oops. And missing the jump timing again. So when you're colliding with a bumper, you want to be holding the jump at that point. And then maximize the bounce. Of course we're going for that. Just have to be careful with the bounce afterwards. Perhaps off the wall jump here. There we go. Okay, part 2. Now complete with the bone boat. But yeah, you get into the squirrel, you float until you get a chance to land in a bone shell. And then float in this way, great. And then float until we... Oh, nope, should have floated left. Because now we don't have a squirrel and we're going to lock ourselves. That's okay, let's scout. Actually, we could have exited that. Except maybe a bit too much distance to cover at the end there without glide. Magic cliche, we had this discussion previously with the checkpoints and screen transitions, rather. You know what I like about checkpoints placed early enough that you don't get into the action right away? I mean, after screen transition, before, whatever, that's okay. I don't like checkpoints being placed in places where I have to get going instantly, like at the beginning of something like a scroll segment. Doesn't apply to this level, but there's a specific reason for that as a streamer, which is that when I take a death, that is when I reach for my drink. Just out of habit. And so if it's before a transition, doesn't matter, because, you know, one hand's on the mug, the other hand's walking right. If it's after a transition and there's no auto-scroll, it doesn't matter, because... Whoop, hang on. We still have the opportunity to do that. But if I actually have to play instantly at the checkpoint, it's a bit of a nuisance. And I know this came up in conversation with one of the levels we were playing in MMC last time, and actually it turned out in that particular case that the checkpoint placement was absolutely correct because of the way it was being recycled as a checkpoint 3 after anti-key death. So, but very often it's just going to be constrained by the overall structure of the level and the limitation of one per subworld, rather. Whoops. Let's maybe twirl back into that one to dunk it. So, but yeah, like I said, I absolutely don't care about the screen transition after checkpoint or whatever. Okay. Okay, left, and then let's float back in, except my positioning was way off. We kind of want to bend right a little bit, and then boost left, and just kind of recenter ourselves over the shell. Too far left, but we'll get it. There we go. Hit. And float. Of course we're going to do it and be rewarded for our efforts. And yeah, it's just going to be a forced power-up reset. And we'll have another checkpoint placement just to annoy Dr. Cliche. Anyway, let's hit each of these. But this is an example of what I'm talking about. I actually would not want to get straight into the action from a checkpoint drop, like a checkpoint placed outside of this pipe, specifically because, you know, I might be at a checkpoint, be playing one-handed for a second or two. Okay, we can still do this with wall jumps if we're just a little more careful. Okay. And we'll miss Roy every time until he chooses to get out of the right side column. Okay. Alright, not excellent positioning from us there, but we'll just grab the squirrels once again and go. And yeah, as you can see, my aim with the boost is not the best. Anyway, down to just Roy because he doesn't drop out so easily. And we'll just watch him on a drop here. And we'll lose the squirrel for no reason whatsoever. Here we are. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, to get back to what you were saying about the anti-key death, key transition. No, in that particular level that we were talking about last week, the thing is that when the checkpoint 1 is recycled as a checkpoint 3, the checkpoint 3 is actually not before transition. It gets you straight into the action. But it was going to be one or the other, right? Because like one use of the checkpoint was going to continue in the same subworld, one was not. And so the way that it cycled back to that meant that that would necessitate one of those checkpoints technically being pre-transition. It's going to be one or the other. But again, that was specific to the looping structure of that level, though, when you have the checkpoint 1, then to 2, then to 3. Back in the first subworld. But anyway, got through that one fine, with both of the Koopaling bosses stuffed in there. Let's read about World 5 on the website. This is going to be the Towering Pillar of Hats. Get ready and heady, because you'll be donning a towering pillar of hats to get through to the end of these caverns. Wear a wild assortment of caps to get to the end and steal Meowser's treasure. Paxsman said something about that I had tested, I think 5-5 or something for sure. I'm expecting Goomba hats. I know that Paxsman in particular is someone who appreciates why it is the best item in the game. And Subin, thank you for joining me for so long on the stream today, and once again for the follow. Hope you enjoy these levels yourself if you get a chance to play them. What was this called? This was called Cannon Canyon Gold Rush, and then we're going to be on a tighter timer here with the clear condition, so we just bounce everything. Nope. And had I actually hit that shot, we would have been just fine. There we go. We'll keep the cannon at this point. No, we needed to hit this switch. Let's see how generous the timer is. Oh, nope. Oh, no, we just need to fire on the left side once again. Let's jump over there properly. Burning a little too much time here. And we do need all coins per the clear condition, but we haven't run into anything skippable on that score just yet, so we'll see what's going on with it. Yeah, as long as we remember to pick up all the 10 coins on the way out of each room. Oh, actually, we did miss this coin previously. Yeah, so... yeah, you do need to be quick enough to get stuff like that. Yeah, because we actually were missing some of the coins from taking too long to read this. And also just forgetting about the clear condition outright. We are not supposed to shoot that? Hang on. Oh, a double arrow for the long jump. Okay. Single arrow for the shot. That was surprisingly safe given that we went under the icicle. Oh, no, wrong. Okay, let's just take the dive since we did not make the timing. And once again, just too low on the first shot. Oh, no, yeah, no, that shot, you can't just do a quick shot like that in that position. We need it charged. And there we go. Making sure to grab the coin before going through the warp block, of course. And then fall in. Oh, no, did I take damage there? I think I did. Yeah, whoops. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, the 99-second timer kind of tells you there's pressure, but the actual pressure is from the coin drop timings. And yeah, again, insufficiently charged for that. We need to make it over quite a bit further before taking that shot. Okay, we just need to drop into that accurately and take the second shot over here for both coins. 40 coins at this point is on pace. And, that's not right. On-off switch on the bottom there. I was supposed to take a shot there, wasn't I? Let's think about that. Have a little bit of a blast radius on the cannon shots. So you don't need to be absolutely accurate when it comes to the y-axis, but we do need to watch that carefully to see what to do about that whole sequence. So you bump this. Okay, no, it's the thwomp itself that is activating that, so we don't need to worry about that. But then you have to just loop around and shoot the thwomp on the pipe on the other side to push it to the left, and then that is going to be the P-switch activation, hence why the P-switch is defended by the Pokey. This took me a moment to read it, that's all. Why is it suggesting... Oh... It's suggesting that I needed to long jump into the question blocks on the right. I wonder if that's necessary to fill in the coin condition. I didn't even think about long jumping into the blocks on the right, because everything's been in 10 coins anyway, not in any smaller denominations, so I wonder if that was actually necessary, but we'll find out. I don't actually know what was in those. But at no point did I actually read that indication to see what was going on with it. Once again, yeah, no coins there. You're still at 20. Oh, also forgot this bit. Yeah, I think it was just, but maybe, oh no, wrong. Maybe there's some time-related reason why it's suggesting that I long jump into the ending of that room. Maybe it gets you a cleaner drop into the end here. Not really sure. Nope. Again, we really should have taken the second shot first. We'll find out what that's all about. Okay. Been captured so far, I think. And 40 out of this room, that's correct. Long jump onto this. And then lower this for the P-switch. Wait. But then why this? Because you needed to fire a blast into here in order to have the blast radius lower to 30 coin up above. Okay, so we missed it. That puts you at 70 at this point, or is supposed to. And then this puts you at 100, or is supposed to. Now, this is, if I'm not mistaken, going to be that kind of jump. So you're supposed to be at 100 at this point. The timer is not at all tight, it's just... Oh. And then here, again, you would twirl to grab the boxes, and then twirl to get the top of the flag. Okay, so that's right, we just need to fix that one bit that we missed. Yeah, you're saying with the long jump into the question blocks at the end, it's just cool, yeah. Always satisfying to, I guess, hit more blocks. Did give me a moment's pause, though. I had to check that I wasn't missing something additional with it. And timer is, again, over the totality of the level, not at all tight, so we know that now. Usually would wind up with about 40 seconds remaining, by my estimate. Oh, that was rescued. Wait, but then we need to hit this first to then have this drop the coin. There we go. Now we read that accurately. Okay. Worked last time. No, we just do the short shot. That's what it is. That's entirely about just checking your range on it. And actually, even with lots of mistakes along the way, we find ourselves at about 40 seconds here, so... Here we go. Okay, everything's gonna branch out. Let's do the ghost house first, why not? Clockwork Masquerade. Okay, so... Now, why is this here? I guess it's because it's telling me something's going to go counterclockwise rather than clockwise. I guess we also should see... Oh yeah, no, we just need to keep going again and again until we smash this one. That's what it is. It's telling me to go repeatedly in a cycle. And then that gets me out of here. It's actually an anti-clockwork masquerade if you think about it. Okay. No, hang on. That's wrong. You need to get enough of a jump off a dash panel that you can dash back to start, and then you would need to reload the bullet with each cycle, so we'll need to think about that. Yeah, it's a pretty smooth motion once you see what's going on here. Now here, of course, is designed in such a fashion that you're not necessarily expected to have the first bullets. But you do need to hit the jump going out of the dash panel. But it doesn't matter whether you take the hat screw with you or not, of course, since you need to cycle through the same motion anyway, since it's designed to accommodate you both ways. So you kind of need to hang right on the drop, and then just make sure you hit the jump. You know what? Let's just try to wall jump out of that, forgetting, of course, that the twirl angle in 3D World is nowhere near as generous horizontally as the one in SMBU. And then, yeah, should just cycle through it the standard way instead. And right on target. Okay, now bounce towards the bullet. And it's just a series of pushes. Well, same as before, right? Why would this be any different? Because you would need to wall jump off the left to get into an accurate position back onto the panel, yeah. Should be a wall jump off the left, I think that's pretty clearly the way. Oh. A little early coming off of the dash panel that time. Whoops. Accidentally blasted myself instantly there. Okay, let's just... But then is the wall jump quick enough to do this? Yeah, it is. Wait, but you can't miss, so you have to hit every cycle, otherwise we'll need to restart it. But I think you do have enough time on the wall slide each time to push this through this way. And then that takes us to the next segment here. With a nice relaxing checkpoint room before we get into the next segment here, where we need to jump on the ant troopers to cycle through. Oops. Okay, we can't just lunge for that. We should maybe go cautiously with some shorter bounces here. And yeah, we could have just gone for the warp block at that point. Let's not get too ambitious with how far we're lunging on each cycle. The timing is actually pretty generous. That was too ambitious. I thought we could stretch directly to the warp block. That wasn't really the case. Taking an ant bounce there would be safer. Whoops. Thought I had the bullet head for a moment there, but then we actually had lost that immediately. So we would need to get on the track block, but then we need to think about the timing on that one. That's going to take its time to reverse. Oh, whoops. Yeah, when I lose the bullet head, and this is an issue that I found with a lot of bullet head levels in the past, that there's a moment when there's sometimes a bit of a visibility issue from the player's blinking animation, where I actually do easily lose track sometimes of whether I'm still on the wall slide or not. Okay. Yeah, I see. So every time on this cycle, you just need to adjust to where the track block is going to be, and then just need to be cautious that way. Same here with this, is that you just need to stay a little adaptable, light on your feet, and that gets you through to this segment here. Now, that just looks like it's going to be flying over every time. Are we taking too long about this? Maybe. Oh, missed it. Nope, got it. Okay. Checkpoint 2. And then we'll drop into the fight. Now we want to go around Pom Pom to make sure we get around that way. Interestingly enough, well, no, you wouldn't want to try to reload the lower platform yourself because it would just squish you. But also, this is one of those things, areas where I always have the strong temptation to just immediately run right at a checkpoint. This would, of course, just lock you back in because of the thwomp. That's absolutely a checkpoint attentional habit of mine. Anyway, I always love seeing unique pom-pom concepts. Just one of those enemies that is difficult to design well around, but when you see it done well, you really have to respect it. Now, of course, we don't just want to cycle through, we want to actually fight pom-pom here. Which means that as long as you hit the bomb, you can extend the platform some more. But you still need the 3 bounces on pom-pom holding the key. So the purpose of hitting the bomb on the left is to sustain your platform for as long as possible, so you actually have a spawning location to fight on. Oh, no. Hang on. Missing everything here. However, as long as we get onto the bullet multiple times, then we can give Pom-Pom a landing area. Very interesting Pom-Pom fight. That's how to design around her, essentially. It's just to have extremely confined landing locations to make the fight completely unique. And then, of course, the Ant Troopers are there for insurance, but we completely missed that one. Actually, unless I'm thinking of a different level entirely, I had a vague sense that we've seen another really interesting pom-pom fight from Paxsman in the past. I don't know if it was one of yours that I'm thinking of necessarily. because it may have been years at this point, but yeah, we've seen a finite number of really good pom-pom fights. This is one of them for sure, but maybe there was a time when I could remember each of them a little more accurately. Yeah, your 8MMC has a pom-pom, that's right. I had this vague memory that we'd seen a pom-pom concert from you. Okay, we had a little bit of trouble there. I should have stayed on the wall slide there a bit longer so we could adjust. Yeah, because you can't chase her when she's dropping off like that from the platform blinking away. However, if you bounce on her, then you get a clearer opportunity to try to sustain the platform. Now, I miscalculated there. I thought I was actually about to reactivate a platform, but I misread the bomb on the left by 1 block. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the level sort of trains you to do the bullet cycle repeatedly. Oh, there we go. That was quick. There we go. Right on top. Yeah, really good fight in that one, and the full level just sort of sets you up into the right kind of perceptual habits to deal with it, which is nice to see. Okay, 2 down in World 5, let's keep going. Whoops. Powerful cranium conundrums. Okay, I guess we'll be within range to hit the on switch. But then, well, we'd get 3 hits as a POW, right? So we'd want to tap of 1. Tap it here, but then... Is this within range? It is, yeah. Hence the way it's marked. This reminds me of a snow-themed puzzle level that I think was by Gritkowski, actually. Like, just thematically, in terms of it being a snow-themed 3D world level that is all about the POW detonation sequences. Anyway, we actually want the thwomp to be on top of us when it's being retracted, because that's what allows me to hit the on-off switch from down below. So we needed this thwomp to be in this position so we have something to tap. So that's the idea, is that we... no, that's too close to that. We... if we were slightly further to the left, maybe we're out of range on that thwomp. We cannot kill it because we need this to stay alive until we can tap it down on this side. No, that's still within range. So... but we need something to... oh, no, actually, we... need to hit something in order to activate the on-off switch without activating the thwomp. Now, the way we would do that... well, we would need this to be given sufficient distance first, but we can just tap it... oh, no, hang on, that's too far. We have 3 hits available. That can be hit number 1. Yeah, and then... why wouldn't we just send it this way? Oh, yeah, no, because this is still here. So that's okay, because then we just... have to think about what was lowering the blaster in the first place. Let's take a look at that. Blaster's going to be there regardless, though. But, oh no, it's squished by the block here. That if... okay, no, we'll test this out, because if we have the power activating the exclamation mark block, it gives you a sufficient push to take out the blaster. So that's going to be hit number 3. 1 and 2 are already mapped out. Whoa, way out of range. Let's do this again. There we go. And then send this over. And that gives you everything you need. And then we exit. Okay, now we need to eventually push this one down below, which means sending this thwomp over, or one of the thwomps anyway will need to get pushed. Is this one a side thwomp? It is. If you hit it at this point, this gets pushed all the way. However, we don't know how that's going to bend. It may bend in such a fashion that allows this thwomp to be perhaps pushed down a tile. And then we send it. But then why wouldn't we just hit this POW directly? Because we need to get rid of the thwomp on the left with hit number 2. No, that doesn't make sense, because we actually need that thwomp to stay alive in order for it to have an additional block's worth of pushing. So we push like this. No, we would need to send it. Oh, I see. It's actually bound towards the left. So we actually need to push this, because then when that thwomp gets sent down, it's going to head towards the right. Yeah. Yeah, I needed to map out which way the thwomps are going first. However, that one can't just be tapped like that. We need to send this thwomp out of the way. Then we push this one, send this over, open the gate. Goomba Hatch just there as an item reset, so you can smuggle a POW. And now at this point we have lots of different POW interactions that are possible. I think we just need to place them and chain them. Like, fire them through the pipes and then chain them. But the crate is going to affect something, isn't it, when it comes to positioning? We need a crate so we can actually hit something. I wonder if that's close enough. Now, the POW hat would give you multiple hits. Why would we need them? That just gives you the exit, though. Yeah, the blaster doesn't do anything. It's just there as a blocker. And check the trees just in case there's anything to shake off the snow. Light that one up. And probably the POW hat will be refreshed at this point, of course. Yeah, now... nothing to chain here necessarily, but let's think about this bit, just so we know what we're dealing with. If we're on the left, if we have this as something that we can hit, that gives you the push, but then why would we want to use that? The block also gives you something that you can hit. The other thing is that spring plus block would perhaps position it in such a way that we can start taking some things out. Now, the thing is that once you've peeled the thwomps, if you still have a hit remaining on the POW block, then you can jump over. The other thing, too, is that spring plus crate will give you the jump. But before any of that can be done, you need to hit the on-off switch. And the thing is, after using the POW in one area, you can't actually move the spring to another area. You kind of have to commit to where the objects are going to be moved. And yeah, it makes no difference if you try to smuggle a held object, obviously, because it's the same one that spawns here in this segment. Now, we don't want to take that instantly. What we want to do is make sure we load that. Okay, so if you jump on a spring, what you want to have happen is for the thwomp to be sufficiently pushed back. I'm wondering what kind of collision we can get on it. Or, well, no, this thwomp needs to be blown up with a POW, for sure. Because it's heading right where nothing's going to reach it. Probably it means that we placed a crate on the left side. We used a crate to hit this block, pushes that thwomp. We then use this one to use a POW to knock out the thwomps. And then, for the last interaction, we take the POW hat and blow it up here. We have 20 seconds to work this out, but we can try the sequence. And see how far we get before we need to inevitably redo it. So, it's going to be a block over here. Let's not grab the POW hat prematurely. And then here. And we may even get out of this room if we don't hit the icicles first. And of course we'll redo it to the timer. Oh, look at that. Right at the 0-second marker. That's all there is to the flag. Okay, let's have a nice little puzzle diversion to break things up a bit. And yeah, we were just a few seconds off. We hadn't bounced around the icicles for a moment. We actually absolutely would have made this, I think. You can see why there are two alternate paths here. I mean, you know, it's pretty simple as far as puzzles go, but it's nice to have a bit of a branch between platform and puzzles for accommodating any players that really heavily favor doing one but not the other. But here's a hop, chop, prop shop, also an extremely underused element, the hop chop. So we'll see what this does here with the double bounce, and then we'll even... Oh, I see why it's a prop shot, because of the propellers. Okay. Okay. Propellers are all very clearly marked here, but will we make it over? And just enough, but I don't know if there's a propeller check on the other side here. No, there's not. No, that's a wall jump. Very clearly so, in fact. And yeah, we just need to mind the skip squeaks. E on the left side that we'll eventually go for. And yeah, that jump in particular has been throwing me off a little bit. So we'll just watch out for that. Just need to hold into it better. That's really been the issue here. And here's the hop chop for the prop shop. We accidentally killed it, but... we'll figure this out. This is a matter of hitting the jumps accurately. Once again, just got trapped here. Yeah, you can't get trapped down below. You have to land on top of it for sure, and then you've got the warp block directly above that. That's the target. The pipe is just there to send the hop chop. The warp block is the destination, once we have the key. Nope. Yeah, you can't just bounce down below because of the way that you get trapped by The block's telling you that you're not supposed to. So you really do have to hit that jump. And hit the block accordingly. Hop Chop is going to reset the propeller for us though. Oh, missed a wall jump there. You need to push into the wall a little bit there, instead of just taking a fall the way we did. And too high. Okay. Almost had some accuracy issues there, but we made it. Oh, I wonder why I was having so much trouble with the wall slide there. We really need to hug the right until that wall jump lands. I always feel like I'm going to miss that jump, but we made it. Yeah, need to watch the animation so you know that the wall jump has activated. Up chop landing is going to reactivate propeller. And then, oh, we need to land on top of it, and then you reset the propeller for the ascent up top. Had we watched the pipe carefully, we would have known that and predicted it. Oh, no, too low. I keep thinking I have an additional round of the propeller in that position, and I don't. Luckily, we made the hop chop anyway. Okay, watch the animation until the feet are on the wall. We were going too early previously, that was the issue. Attempting to wall jump previously too soon. And that led to some issues. Yeah, look at it. We have one more propeller shot over here. Okay, now we get down. And no, we still needed one propeller charge at that point. Hop chops reset it, ants do not. Yeah, so we don't want to use the propeller where it's not marked. And always want to watch the feet on the wall jump. Whoops. Because the slight delay before the wall jump is available is something that has caught me a few times already. Oh, nope, accidentally used it. While just doing a routine twirl adjustment, we really have to exercise a bit of restraint when it comes to that. Feet in the wall. That one-up's not happening. Okay, again, have to wait until the charge is available. Interestingly enough, we have one more charge going into here, or now as many as we want. Have to outpace the icicles, but we do need to catch a wall jump at the end. Yeah, outpace the icicles, cancel, and then wall jump off the left. Feet on the wall. This time we got it. You know what? That's okay. No, that's not okay. We do still need the propeller in this section. So yeah, we're not allowed to lose it. Sensibly. Whoops. Hang on. Let's just take the dive. Okay. Adjust a bit here and hang right. And yeah, the priority is to not lose it. We have one additional charge for adjustment if necessary. Okay. Then cancel. Oh. That was a very near thing. Oh, wall jump. Yeah, no, have to once again wait for the wall jump to become available. That's absolutely something that tricks me out repeatedly with the color hat, that you can't just instantly jump as soon as you hit the wall. Going to miss it. Nope, too late on the charge. At least with both of the icicle sequences, we now know what to expect. We can plan our timing accordingly. Okay, that worked out. Yeah, don't need to stay on that for too long. And that's the flag. Okay, just about to be finished with World 5 here. Great Goomba Heist. Okay, so we need to hang on, deal with the skip squeak here. Skip squeak blocks the pipe, but it necessarily blocks the pipe in this location, because no matter what, it's going to be activated at the moment. So we'll be going back there at some point, I'm sure. Yeah, and then when you're within range of the skip squeak, it activates the platform. So that just shows you what the interaction is going to be while skip squeaks are still active. And then, yeah, that was maybe not a great idea. Let's think about that. I think we have to, though. We just need to be quicker about it. And then, yeah, just wall jump up as it's coming down. Whoops. But of course, without getting trapped. Yeah, just need to bait it down and treat it the way you would most other swamps. And yeah, we don't need to rush that. Jumping to activate the skip squeak is enough to work with. Okay, as it's coming down, we take that, then we pass the creeper. Then do we just bait these down individually, or do we run for it? Nope, that's fine. Ah, yes, this is the level. Yeah, I remember this concept ages ago when Paxsman developed it, and I've kind of been waiting years for this to make a comeback. So you see these boom boom alarms. That's going to be disabled by the Goomba hat. And that stands out to me because I notice when people have fun concepts with the Goomba hat, which, as I repeatedly say, is the best item in the game. Massively underused for how many interactions there are with it. And I do recall probably, you know, even 4 or 5 years ago at this point that Paxsman showed me this specific setup for the boom boom alarm activating when you lose the Goomba hat. And I've been waiting for this level to materialize ever since. So back then it was just the boom boom segment. It wasn't the whole introductory sequence that teaches you what happens when the mask is not on. But now, structurally, it makes a lot of sense to kind of show you the consequences first, and then you have to play it the rest of the way. Oh, nope, too much of a jump, and yeah, at this point, if you've had the hat peeled, then you're not going to be able to pass the skip squeak at the beginning, right? So you have to redo it and go back, I'm pretty sure. Because the idea is that it's the Great Goomba Heist, since the thing you are taking is the Goomba hat. You are not just a Goomba. You are trying to abscond with the hat. Okay. Small bounces will do to avoid icicle problems, and if we need to wall jump to fix up one of the continuations, we will. Okay, so Creeper's going to stay in place. It's going to be a long jump to the POWs, which then gives you a platform to work with. Long jump over here as well. That gets you past the skip squeak gate. Interestingly enough, it offers you a change to the cannon box. But then the cannon box allows you to get through a skip squeak, so why wouldn't we take it? Yeah, Paxsman, you were saying it was before your Goomba had 6mm, so possibly 5 years ago. Okay, so we just shot that skip squeak for the pleasure of doing so, which works for me. And also one of our favorite things to do with the Goomba hat, just to keep loopers in position. That's... Whoops. Well, let's ride it out and see what happens. Even though that clearly fails. Yeah, spin high jump over that when we get to it. Oh, no wall jump with it, obviously. Need to remember that. And then we'll just outpace it here. Go for the 50 because we can. And float our way up from here. And yeah, the Goomba head, of course, precludes the blasters from getting all over you. And now... I mean, we can definitely fight him, but... I would assume that we would need to peel the Goomba head, let the skip squeak come up, and then take whatever is coming from the blasters. And then that would get us through the key block. We're going to do it. Yeah, cannon as the optional item as before. And the cannon gets reloaded, so, you know, plenty of opportunities to snipe him here. Oh, there we go. Well, surprised you said add a key to the skip squeak. Oh, we actually got the worst ending. Huh, interesting. Oh, I see. No. I see. This is actually supposed to be the worst ending because the better ending is if you exit completely with the Goomba head intact. You're actually able to do the lava sequence while losing the hat, and then the cannon box and having to fight Meowser is your insurance. So it's not the bonus objective, it's actually the backup objective. I see. But we demonstrated that I was able to get through with the Goomba hat intact, so that's good enough for me. And yeah, last prize, you were saying add a key to the skip squeak and you get 2 different endings if you use the Goomba or cannon. Well, we got 2 different endings from the same kind of divergence at the end anyway, but I do see what you mean with the opening skip squeak, where you would have to retain it all the way for a secret room if you're getting the key before checkpoint. Alright, let's see. That dancing sound frog on the top left is absolutely catching my attention. We don't usually see it partying with Undo Dog and the Reset Rocket all that much. Anyway, let's keep going. We are in World 6 now. We're kind of early enough in the stream that I feel like we could push. I was originally thinking, okay, around the time we get to World 6, we'll reevaluate whether we want to split it into 2 streams or something, but I kind of feel like we can push. Let's read the website description. This is the I.O. space station. Things are weird here on the I.O. space station. Strange actions cause on-off switches to switch. The ISS only hires the best astronauts and Boom Boom. Will you be one of them? Let's find out. Copycat comment. Okay. So, 10 coin over there. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's again based on a jump trigger. Probably an off-screen skip squeak jump detector mechanism if I had to guess. And we don't want to get squished like that. That I saw that coming, but didn't prevent it. Yeah, this block right here encourages you to show off the jump mechanic immediately at the start. Possibly it's called the I.O. space station because it has a whole bunch of these detector mechanisms. From the Gaichi treasury of detector mechanisms. And, well, we want to lower this first. No, okay, you can't cheat it that way. It's a very fast response time. You can't actually just try to jump it twice as it's going down. It's very quick response time, actually, on the mechanism. But it's good that we tested that, just to see if it would work. Yeah, you just need to be quick enough. And same here, presumably, that you just need to be quick about the panel. And here's the Koopa car, which will bounce accordingly. See if we can actually retain it. Nope, we can't. Because otherwise I would break open the 50 coin. Short bounce is probably okay, as long as you fall on the first segment. You have to think about the logic of the skip squeak trigger. Hang on, need to fall in without further jumps. Yeah, generally we want to enter these dash panels as close as possible so we can skip over that way. Looks like you can do this continuously if you're accurate, which we're not. Now the thing is, do you want to Koopa car for anything other than the 50 coin? Probably not, but let's do this. As long as you fall in initially, you're okay. Then there's no activation of the jump detector on the bounces. Now we just need to keep following this using the switch toggle for the mushroom platforms. Oh, I got myself into trouble there. Yeah, this will be a safe location. Red means death here. Pretty well signaled, actually. Koopa car is just there because it's funny to include it anywhere at all, yeah. Very much so. It's 3D world, you've got to demonstrate it somewhere. One of several elements in 3D world, actually, now that you think about it, including pom-pom and hop chops, where finding a decent use for it already makes an impression. And here we just need to jump it like this. Okay, let's keep going. We'll sweep through the entirety of the levels before reaching the castle, of course. Paradox Plumbing. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground, but because it is another jump detector level, this time using the SMB2 mushroom, we know the flag will be unavailable after I jump. So we need some way to activate without losing the condition, and that's how you do it. You tuck in like this. Then why wouldn't you just be able to hit the flag now? What's the problem? That's it. It's actually just a little cute bit of a one-room concept that shows you that you can activate the detector with no jump detection on the clear condition. Well, that's fun. That's also maybe a larger puzzle concept waiting to happen. Although the fact that you... I can see why it was a constraint to one room, because if you're designing around the no landing clear condition, then you need some way to keep the condition active, and you can only do that over so many segments, right? I can see why that's a one-segment concept, the way that it was designed here, but I feel like apart from that clear condition, that the jump detector discrepancy with the clear condition might be further usable. I'm thinking about it because, like, obviously that clear condition sort of inherently restricts what you can do in terms of just how much of a level you can build and how many rooms you can get out of it without having reset issues. But and yeah, Nikki and Jill, welcome. That was a cute concept. Let's get over here and then ride the wind a little bit while it's active. That was a bit fortunate. I wasn't really watching the wind timing. But conveniently designed for people who know how to play through the first cycle. So, yeah, so the detector, not a detector, rather the on-off matches the wind direction for when it switches. Okay, so we need to watch that. We will need the mushroom in this segment at some point. But it means we'll necessarily be pushing against the wind for stuff like this. Let's think about this, because it does mean that I'll probably need to jump into this prior to the next detection activation. That was slightly early, but I feel like that actually is the way to do it, perhaps. Otherwise you have trouble pushing through the column. Yeah, so it's just a time detector that is timed according to, whoops, the Super Mario World wind cycle. Oh no, that was wrong. We needed to clear that pokey first. And yeah, we needed to back up for one cycle, perhaps. It's probably doable in that moment if we're careful, but I don't trust myself to do it, so let's just wait one additional segment. Oh, nope, got pushed back a bit by the wind and missed my jump window. Let's wait. I feel like it's possible to rush it, but we won't. Okay. The question block just gives you something to do while you're waiting for this to sort itself out. Oh, whoops, nope, missed. Missed the ledge jump. Yeah, we'll wait. And just remember to push into the correct direction for the wind when it does start up. And then we'll wait here. And a little bit too early. We should have actually waited for the activation first so we could control the momentum that we wanted. You're saying that's tricky when the blocks disappear midair. Yeah, but it's synchronized with the wind timing. So you can plan around it. You just need to be attentive. It's a very regular cycle. And let's wait for this bit here. There we go. Okay, and here we get sufficient momentum. And we're in. Okay, now this part here. I mean, it looks like you want to start right at the block when the wind changes and then probably jump around. And it looks like, you know, if you were careful about it, you could try to jump ahead, but this will actually be sufficient time if you're careful enough to do it. And then, yeah, here we'll need a better startup time for that. Did we spawn that mushroom? Was that a mushroom? I couldn't tell. We're supposed to get a mushroom at some point to bust through both the left side here and then continue back to where we started. It's not a mushroom, it's a bone shell. Okay, that's fine. But it means that we're going to have to bone shell push at some point, and we need to cancel that out as accurately. Okay, so now looks like we need a stomp dead center perhaps. And then that will get us here. And yeah, it is going to be a bone shell push through here in the bone form. And then we'll need a better startup timing on this one. Let's just wait for the next cycle to get pushed around on the way back. Too early. Oh, nope. That was a problem. Stayed in for too long. It's okay, we're right at checkpoint after obtaining bone shells, so that will not be too much of an issue, but we'll wait for the next cycle just to be safe. Now, I wonder why we're asked to cycle around here with the state switch. Let's wait for the next one. I wonder what that gets us exactly, but let's wait until we're actually being attentive here. Too early. Let the wind start up, blows you over, and then we have to figure out what happens. I think we have to, yeah, we have to jump towards the upper blade after this set of coins in the top right. Otherwise we just get pushed back to the beginning of this area. Nope, lost it. Yeah, and that's what happens, is this is just as protection if you lose access to the bone shell that way. Nope. Oh, nope. Same mistake. And we will lose here. Nope. Still need wind speed there at the end of that jump, so... nope, missed a duck. Let's just try it again. Trying to do this a bit too eagerly. There we go. And then we need to kick it. The top is actually a clue that you need to kick it. And let's just be careful with it. Okay, and we have to watch out for those spikes, but otherwise we just do the ride in the wind. It's gonna be too late, I think. No, it'll make it. Oop. That will probably be too late, though. Nope. Let's wait for the next cycle. And wait until it starts up. Pull back a little bit so we don't go straight into the blade in the starting area. And yeah, just not compensating enough for the wind speed there. You need to pull back a little sharply. That's going to be a bit late, I think, but we'll do it. It's okay. We get the wind going this way. Accidentally did an up throw there for a moment. And got over a bit late. I was already kind of planning to pull back, but need a bit of height first before we can even consider it. Okay, wait for it to start up. That was a little too close for comfort, but I made it. Okay, this jump is simple. We should just be able to do it. Well, once again, just failing to compensate for wind. You need to pull back right at the start of that jump, actually. Oh, no. Hang on. Nope. And we'll be able to get back safely at least. Nope. Dashing in too aggressively. Okay, for once, let's try to make this jump. There we go. Even made it twice. Now, wind needs to blow this way. And then we'll need to be against the wind for this segment here. Oh, that's insufficient. That's okay. At least we have the bone shell this time as extra insurance, as long as we don't end up under the one-way panel. Yeah, let's just do this cautiously. And we can even land on the spikes there, which is great. Let's and do this bit, as long as we plan for this nice and early. Nope, not enough wind. And now we lost everything. That's okay, let's do it again. Yeah, I need to be quick about this bit so we can accurately go through. And no, we obviously need a bone shell at that point still. We'll need to jump all the way. Nope. Right on top of there. That's not great. Yeah, the wind just cut me off too soon, but that's okay. We have more bone shells available here, and also the 10 coin that we didn't reach earlier on. We only got about 300 seconds to sort this out. Okay, maybe we do need to jump it. No, we don't. We need the bone shell. Yeah, so we need wind pretty much available all the way through this interaction. Hold into that, great. Nope. Was it just me, or were there more blasters here before? I think there were. I think one of them got unloaded. On the short side. It's okay, we can get back there. It's just a lengthy sequence of events. Just need to hold that jump all the way. And here we are again. Yeah, you see, 2 and 2. And just failed to make that jump quickly enough. As we're still trying to adjust to the wind position up top. Again, yeah, this is, I think, definitely doable first cycle. We just rarely catch that timing accurately. It's going to take a little too long here. That's okay. As long as we catch this, we're fine. Okay. Need to head into this instantly. And missed it. That's okay. We get to retry. Let's wait. Maximize the amount of wind that we have available for the cycle when we need it. Nope. It's okay. We've got an easy location for the shell without redoing absolutely everything. Terrible location. Whoa, no. Okay, I guess we'll do it again. Yeah, wind cut me off at exactly the wrong time there, but that's okay. Just got there a little slowly, I suppose. Here we are. Okay, that's the exit. Oh, just in case there's a shell check on the other side, let's go through here. No shell check. I was actually kind of wondering if we should have gone off the shell towards the top left in the previous room, because it looked like there was a room above the ceiling, but let's err on the side of safety here and just go through Boom Boom this way. Yeah, he's pretty well constrained. Oh, no, that's a problem. Just completely missed. Yeah, when he's in a fairly confined location, then we're largely going to be okay. Oh, didn't take the shell with me. That's okay. Or is it a problem? We'll find out. Maybe it precludes me from the flag, but let's see. You know what? We need the one-ups, don't we? Yeah, and then we'll get the gold tape here. Well, we were going to. And I totally missed it anyway. That's okay. Being a little more conscious of the life count now that we're starting to run into some obstacles. That's it for Wind Switch Quarry. Okay, 3 down in this world. I guess we'll do the ghost house next. Binary bit bash. Yeah, so this one's all about the on-off mechanisms, this whole world here, so now I don't know if I accurately read what the detect mechanism was there, but it is a facing mechanism. It's the direction detection setup, which is why we have to face in the correct direction for the slides. I feel like we could have gone up here, actually. Anything? Missed that 10 coin earlier. Okay, so we need to change directions in midair. Luckily, it's a very responsive mechanism. So we can think about this in platforming terms and just fumble our way through. to the checkpoint. And the level's not going to be too particularly sensitive to being able to bust through mushrooms. And yeah, we're actually through the same column, but now we come down this way. Oh, I was hoping to get trapped, actually. I was trying to deliberately get trapped, but we were late on it. Unfortunately, I don't think I gave myself enough room to fall. Oh, maybe. I don't know if this is the same setup that Naboo's devised for the direction detection, but in conjunction with the block trapping, that's a maker I strongly associate with some of the ideas on display here. And of course I just faced the wrong way going into the trap. We'll smash everything on the way down and then give ourselves a bit more room this time in the middle to actually hit the trap. You think Naboo's original one was broken by a patch? Yeah, I seem to recall that as well, actually, because it was dependent on some very specific slope jank. Well, I mean, I guess jumping over also works in its own way. Oh, hang on, we got pushed all the way back. That's okay, as long as we're not taking damage. But we really kind of need to straighten out whenever we go up and for the trap. Whoops. Then we can just sneak down at this point. Need to watch the burners, of course, at this point. This is a pretty satisfying mechanism over here. Just need to watch our timing. And, of course, we no longer have the mushroom for the 1-ups. Although I wonder if we can wall jump. No, we can't. Okay, so we need to backslide towards Boom Boom. And then cycle back this way. Oh, very interesting, actually. We just do it 3 times, but try to be accurate about it. Very satisfying to hit that timing, actually, with everything. Activating exactly when it does. Whoops. Totally whiffed that. And no, whiffed it once again. And of course, once you start adjusting, then you get yourself into all kinds of trouble. Okay. Just need to trust it sometimes. Now, not as clean as I've done it before. But yeah, really need to kind of pull back to the left when hitting Boom Boom so we can position accurately going up to the mecha. And then we stay alive. And get no bonuses for keeping the mushroom, once again, but we don't need any. Now, why would you want to backslide towards it? Because it just completes the level thematically. No other reason. Okay. Let's wrap up World 6. Mario and Lemiette. Oh, I see. It's appropriately Shakespearean. Oh, okay, and then, okay, let's do this again so we can... Yeah, it's a star detector. So we just need to make sure we get there in time while we're in the invincible state. And then again over here. Okay, got a little bit of time to spare over here. It worked out well. And of course, everything is confined to this one screen vertically, so you have this nice regular motion to all of the clefts. You actually want to sneak under for this one. Now here we don't want to get pushed, we want to do it quickly. But moreover, you need to jump on the munchers to do it. And then let's through this way. Okay, so Lemmy. We want to get up to a star and do a state switch. Doing a state switch allows you to jump on him. But then what? Oh, you need to get over here. I totally whiffed that in terms of timing. Didn't look at it carefully enough. But it's pretty clear what has to happen, so we'll bounce on one of the Lemmy balls and head on across. I was definitely wondering whether you could just grab one of the springs down below there, but it'd be tricky. Okay, let's short bounce away over. And need to work on that timing. Yeah, not gonna try it. Don't need to worry about the spike ball dunking you on your head at least. Okay, nice high bounce in the middle. And then, oh, we don't want to get pushed. That's all that needs to happen. And we just let the star expire for the poison mushroom movement to do its job. Okay, at this point, if you grabbed a star, not only are you going to have a state switch, but you're going to cut through all the swamps. So you do, in fact, need the Lemmy balls at this point. Oh, missing one does seem like it might sabotage the whole operation, though. Because, yeah, we definitely missed out on something here. Ah, you need to cross all the way up top with the state switch down, so... Absolutely need the first cycle on this. Whoop. Otherwise we're just stuck here for a while, but at least if you fail it, well, not like that, but if you fail it with enough time to spare to at least get back on the ledge, you can retry that room. But then it's right after checkpoint anyway, right? So let's try it again. Okay, good. That's how to do it. That was a problem. And it looked like we could cut over to the blue blocks on the left side there, but... I was definitely bypassing a few things in that sequence while reading it for the first time. Oh, nope, got stuck. So let's just try to get out of the trap. Yeah, if you miss that first one here, and it is surprisingly difficult to see when you're also being trailed by all the baby phases, then you get into some problems. It's actually really tricky to visualize. Oh, no. After once again. I kind of wonder if you can just fall directly to the left, but maybe you need a star to have longer uptime, so you do need to grab that additional star because there's some reason why you... Oh, too soon. You can't just clear it with one. Subin, will I be playing viewers courses someday? Yeah, I used to do viewer levels on a fairly regular basis, like usually about weekly or so. I haven't done it recently because I'm trying to find a new time that'll work for it. Possibly in the current slot once we get back to it. But I did play test for people quite heavily originally, but... yeah, so we're actually doing this bit a little too quickly. We need to wait for the red blocks to reactivate, perhaps, so we can ride a ball over. I'm speeding through it too soon, from what I see. Maybe it's doable on a single cycle like that from what we're seeing, but we haven't quite tested it out yet. Yeah, at some point the intention is to get back to doing viewer levels, but it's been a little bit of time since we were able to put that together. And when I do run viewer levels, actually, I do tend to get a pretty high standard of quality when it comes to the levels from makers who show up. Sometimes I watch other people's viewer level streams and I realize that my viewers just tend to give me better stuff. Yeah, because look at that. You've got the blue slots over on the left side. It's a bit of a maze over there, so you absolutely need to refresh the star in the top right, which means a bit of waiting time for the first one to expire. Because there is going to be a little bit of a maze to walk through on the left side. Yeah, I definitely have trouble seeing what's going on here with the baby faces, but that's okay. Paxman, you're saying you may have gone overboard with baby. Yeah. Throwing it out with the bathwater. It's alright. It makes for an interesting companion mechanic to the Fanto key trails that we were talking about several worlds earlier. But if you're fumbling around here and you miss a jump on the ball, it does absolutely get a bit visually busy in just that corner specifically. It's memorable, you have to give it credit for that. But it definitely adds to the challenge of getting through that corner for sure. I mean, it would be pretty trivial without any visual noise. Well, not absolutely trivial. I'd probably still find a way to fumble it, just like here, but who knows? We want to stop here for the expiry. And then go for the star. And then punch through all of this to do this maze before the star expires. That's the right way to do it. We were just too impatient about it previously. Now, we can ride this ball to see what else we can get with it, but I'm not sure there's much else going on. It's just there to obstruct the goal more than anything. That's okay. Okay, World 6 out of the way. Well, I think we can make a push for it. And yeah, Paxsman, I know I'm probably keeping you up way past your bedtime, so if you ever need to tap out and catch up on the VOD, we totally understand. Everything's spread out here. You actually have direct access to the castle in the middle, and we don't care because we'll do everything. Let's read about World 7 first of all on the website. This is Mario versus Link. Super Mario Bros. 2's Mario and The Legend of Zelda's Link are having an argument. How will you handle it? You can ignore it and go straight to Ludwig, who started the argument, but they forgot. Or try to mediate. Just watch. I'm going to say, okay, we have got plenty of time to do every level today, and we're going to have 5 full-size Zelda dungeons. Okay, Spike Ball. Alright, we don't know what that coin's all about, but let's find out. Ah, okay. The classic Link's Adventure bounce that, whoops. Adventure of Link bounce that has since shown up in Shovel Knight and Hollow Knight and all kinds of other knights. The mechanic that really showed up in force on day 1 of Link becoming available. Oh, we got a sword this one. No, we don't want to hit that. Yes we do. We want a bomb. That's a bomb. Took me a moment to read that that was going to be a time switch. Might as well remember to take these. Oh, almost missed that. Oh, whoops. Rushing myself a little bit too much there. We actually had plenty of time to spare. You know what? We didn't need to hit the spike balls in that first segment there. We could have just jumped over this bit. Let's get slightly higher bounces. We don't want to be low on absolutely everything in the interest of having enough reaction time for the next input. I'm looking at a slope on the left there and thinking, oh, you know what? That doesn't set off the don't land condition. No, wrong. Whoops. Started going arrows, and then luckily I was out of range, and then we totally blew it after that with the bomb throw. Okay. Make sure we're on the right side early enough. This is going to be a little late. It's going to be very late, actually. No, we just need an arrow shot from this point. We didn't need the bomb. We just needed to tap it with an arrow instead. The things you think about after the fact. Okay, let's get ready once again. Yeah, plenty of time to get on this side. Okay, that looks like it's relatively safe. And we'll proceed to the next segment. I'm not going to do this every time, perhaps, but we'll grab it while we can and not forget the checkpoint. Bonsai. And yet, this is purely a platforming segment. No, that should have been a bomb, for sure. And I just didn't think about it accurately. Anyway, let's buy ourselves a bit of time here so we can think about that obstacle properly. Poorly timed there. I think maybe there's a better way to do it, but... Oh wait, we forgot to tap the switch. Too busy thinking about that bomb timing. Absolutely looks like it should be a bomb, but we'll get back there and see. Wow, it was a little bit of a close shave there. Let's get up before the scroll catches up. This looks like a passcode lock. Why would it be a passcode lock? 5 POWs? Do we just hit 5 times, or... actually, I'm not even sure. No, it's not a passcode lock. Actually, it is a passcode lock. What it is this is telling you that when you get to the castle level, there's going to be a passcode, and then the first digit's going to be 5. 5 hits. Hang on, you know what? Let's do this again. You know, no, we'll just do a lop shot. Here we go. Yeah, so that's why you've got 4 optional levels of raid around the castle, is because you get a passcode that you can input when you get to the relevant location. Paxsman, you think I need to screenshot it? Nah, we'll just remember it. 5. Maybe. You're surprised that I got that from just looking at it? Well, I mean, isn't it obvious? Push bomb to pause. This is what happens when you're a player who's just kind of permanently in puzzle mode. Push bomb to pause. Oh no, you need to maybe spike the bomb. Wait. Ah, no, it's an entity-based thing. If you're holding a bomb, then it pauses. Yes, that's what it is. That's really interesting. Yeah, because it is an entity lock using the bomb interaction. I have rarely seen this out of the different entity gates that we've seen in this game. I mean, you can use all kinds of objects for it, but I don't think I've seen this specific implementation, even though, you know, you look at it and suddenly it almost looks obvious. We need to get up to the muncher with a shield bump, but in order to do that, we need to toss this first. Well, no, then how do we get enough space for the shield bump? If we're holding the bomb, then... well, let's think about it. But as long as the bomb is available, though, you don't need to be holding it necessarily. If the bomb is alive, then it does the entity block that you want, right? So... Oh, no. Too soon. Okay. Nope, too soon. Nope, too soon. You need to kind of confirm that the activation mechanism is stopped first, so you're not on a slight delay with the entity block. Yeah, have to spend a second to just confirm. And luckily you get a sword on the other side just in case of mishaps. Okay, good. Now, can't always delay that long because of the damage that you take. So yeah, because we need a shield bump, we need the bomb to remain alive. And out of the way. Oh, nope. Yeah, but that's the way to do it. We just need to not lose the sword while doing it. And then we need to pull another bomb in this location to freeze. And then here, we would need to load another bomb in order to have a platform to work with for this bump, which then gives you the door. Now, of course, if you do this, then you can actually grab the coin. Now, you need to go up to the top corner and then swap. Just in time. And then that's the checkpoint. Okay, the trick to this is that you can only have one bomb alive at a time. Let me just give a shout out here to La Banda Divren. Who also comes here from Maker 2, so welcome to the La Banda raid. And Benito and Rishar and anybody else who came here along with a raid whose names I hopefully pronounced somewhat accurately. Hope you had a great time with the levels that you saw over there. We're pretty far along in this super world. We're in World 7 out of 8 at the moment. This one, World 7, is all link levels. Let's see. Yeah, so since you can only have one bomb at a time, we do need to carry this one with us and then drop it and run out. And get out. And then bomb again for the right side. Thank you so much for the follow. And that gives you the key. And yeah, thank you so much for coming by. And it's alright if you need to dash after a long stream. We appreciate you bringing your crew regardless. Okay, so we do need to stop it at some point, but not here. We need to actually maybe get on the left side and then do the bomb throw here. Oh, no, too late. No, need to watch the mechanism. Too early. No. Still need to pull it out a little quicker than that. And then we jump and throw in the right side position. we're going to pull the bomb slightly earlier to put a stopper on it. Timing isn't quite working out as much as I would have expected in this room. But if you stop it like that, then it goes. Okay. There we are. Just needed to anticipate it a lot better. The bomb has to be pulled out relative to the spawn timing on the pipe. There's a slight delay between the spawn timing on the pipe and the actual switch activation, and that does matter sometimes. Now, here, you jump down below and throw. And then, again, but we do need to get out. And at this point, it doesn't matter which one you take as long as you get out safely. This point is going to be arrow shot. You do need to release the bomb. So, whoops. Okay, that was a mistake. I wonder if you need a Pegasus dash to get through the rest after the bomb the first time, but no, that's okay. We can just get through manually. Looks like you can actually sneak above that pipe. Actually, maybe there was a reason to do it. If we're in the off state. Well, no, I probably shouldn't try to go back to the other room. We might be locked out of it anyway. Yeah, because I feel like you could have snuck above the pipe on the right, and that would have allowed you to hit something as a bonus. Now, why would we want the bomb in conjunction with that? Because we need to load the bomb onto this thing. And, yeah, we need to load the bomb on top, but then toggle the switch after the bomb has been loaded, so. There we go. Okay. At this point... Now, why would you want to toggle like that? No, you actually need to hold still. Okay, come on. Let's think about this while we're holding still. So, you need to freeze the on-off switch. But then... leave it and then tap. And then have it... No, actually, let's just do this. And then jump like that. There we go. Just need to watch the timing. So, second digit is 2, so it's going to be 5 and 2. For the passcode. Yeah, very fun concept. Can absolutely see why that level wanted to squeeze every drop it could out of that interaction. Very, very unique. As far as entity blocker concepts are concerned. Push snowball to pause. Okay, so this is going to be another entity lock related concept, except this time we are now on the SMB2 side of the equation. So exactly the same kind of thing, except it's based on SMB2, and we have to account for the delay in pulling the snowball. That's one thing that we have to be careful with here. Now, the nice thing about a snowball is that it does not detonate, so you don't have this time limit on when it can be active. But you do have to watch the timing on it. Just because of the time it takes to pull up the snowball in the first place. So sometimes that's going to require a little bit of trial and error. So yeah, kind of a sister level to the bomb one. Yeah, just need to confirm that you had the right timing, and then Notice at this point that we don't have snowball access. So we just need to get through with good timing. Now, while the snowball is live, you need it to... Yeah, because I need to get into the long jump, but you can do that while holding the snowball, of course, so we just need to do that instead. Now, we need to figure out the timing for that, because maybe we roll it first and then jump. Because let's say you're doing this, and then you can release and then jump. Yeah, that's the way to do it. No, but it needs to hit first before you finish the jump interaction. Too early. Might be an easier way to do this. There we go. Oh, no, except you need to get out. Put a quick jump to the left, probably. Hang on. Too early. Yeah, the synchronization needs a little bit of practice just because of that offset and actually picking up the snowball and the offset and when the trigger is going to respond to its disappearance. Okay, that's good. Now we get an additional snowball over here, and we just hold it in place until we exit. Again, need to watch out for the timing here. Yeah, pretty much as it alternates, you need to hit. Now, this snowball is going to go slowly because the conveyor belt... Oh, that was a mistake. That's why there's a checkpoint there. But if you load it onto the conveyor belt, then... Yeah, you start pulling right after the previous state switch. Once again, watch the previous state switch, then pull. And then we need to let go and then take the next snowball. No, need to watch that timing. Yeah, hold still. I mean, I guess you could try to just do this as pure jump timing if you really wanted, but I would not advise it. Okay, just get out. Oh, you could totally do it. It's just not the best idea. Oh. Then this part you would definitely want to hold it still. Just wait for the state switch. Pull. There we go. And just let it drop. Yeah, this so we can actually just give ourselves some thinking time. We don't want to mess around with this too much. Okay, so we do this, let go, and then jump out immediately after falling. Okay, this, it feels like we need to hold into the SMB2 long jump again and hold into it while holding the snowball the whole way. This will require a throw, but from a standing position on this location here. Okay, this is going to be one where we carry it with us and then have to jump out with good timing. Nope. Yeah, just need to sneak over and then get out rhythmically. And that's going to be a 4, so code so far is 524. Hang on, why don't we just jump up the standard way instead? We can reach that. Yeah, very interesting pairing with the link level on the left side, which now raises the question of whether this level here will be paired in its own way as a SMP2 equivalent of the first one that we tried in this area. Okay, Snowball, and I think the answer to that is yes. So same kind of entry area. Actually, yeah, nearly equivalent to what was going on with the link level earlier. Pretty much the same kind of entry sequence, in fact. In both cases, we're not picking that up. Okay, so here we have Bonsai instead of the spike ball bouncing. We need to hit the on-off switch with something. We might have missed a snowball pickup somewhere along the way. Yeah, snowball pickup here. But then we don't have a snowball pickup. Oh yeah, here, okay. Oh, no, missed it. And then it's going to be a crouch jump up to the top, and another snowball throw through the bumper. That is going to be time controlled by the conveyor belt. Yeah, very similar kinds of setups to the spike ball bounce level, in fact. Absolutely a sister level in its own right. Now we're just a little bit slow up top, as you can see from missing the opportunity completely to get onto the bonsai, but that just means we need to get ahead of pace a little bit. And just get ahead. And then here, we need to send it up. There we go. Just a standard jump out of there will do, but we'll catch it anyway. And interestingly enough, we'll be able to, whoops, not reach that at all. Maybe we need to roll the snowball and jump it. And by roll a snowball and jump it, I mean, you know, actually catch it. Oh. Yeah, you actually need to ride it, maybe, and then... I don't think we're getting that. It would be really tricky. Maybe if we roll it here? Yeah, I don't think we're getting it, but... It's okay. Now we have a climbing sequence, again, very similar to the spike ball sequence we saw earlier. Need a state switch here to continue. And our pacing here needs work, I'm obviously behind. Oh, nope. Need to hold that all the way before jumping. A little premature there. intuitive sense of timing for when the high jump activates. Then this one, oop, just barely made it. One, 5241 is the code. Now we'll see what it gets us in the castle level, whether it's a power-up or a bonus room or some kind of skip or something else entirely, but 5241 is the code. Ludwig's login key. Oh, maybe it's just a passcode right at the beginning. Okay. Makes sense. Kind of interesting to see this actually. Wait, then how do we activate the lock? Because POWs refresh whenever you're back in this room. Wait, then what's the actual mechanism for sending something to the switch? Let me think about this for a moment. Oh, or maybe you need to have that many POWs at the bottom. Yeah, okay, no, I might have goofed on this one slightly. Yeah, because I was reading it as how many hits rather than as how many POWs. Now does that do anything? There we go, yeah. Just gives you the sword and this checkpoint here. But then if you get a checkpoint there, then you respawn in the on state. And that's okay. But then is there a particular reason why would you want to go through here? Let's take a look. Then you get the on state right away, or rather the off state immediately. Ah, I see, and it cycles back. Alright, yeah. So yeah, you get to do this in Link mode, I guess. Whereas ordinarily, you would have to bounce everything. So yeah, it's a level that has a completely different state if you enter the passcode at the beginning, which is very clever. Now, is there a reason why we want to peel everybody here? Not necessarily. Yeah, again, another example of something that really takes advantage of the super world structure and being able to accumulate knowledge between levels. Oh, nope, lost a sword. Now we have to play like chumps for a couple of jumps until we get the Master Sword back again. And then, you know, here, because we have the off state, we can just do everything with arrows instead of jumping around, presumably. Very interesting. And now we get SMP2, because, yeah, if you have played through everything and found the passcode, then you get to play with both of these power-ups. And you get these checkpoints. I always want to replay through this level without the passcode at some point. We won't do it now, of course, but we'll see. Because it looks like it is playable without it. It would kind of have to be if it's something that people queue into independently. But yeah, let's just not lose this snowball, and we'll just punch him with it a couple times. Oh, no. It's okay, we've got so much in the way of power-up refreshes that we find here. You kind of need the S&B 2 mushroom to do this, though, unless the other blue blocks here are spawn blocking something. That would be an alternate way through. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it looks like the blue blocks here probably are spawning something like blasters that give you, I don't know, a firefly or something to hit them with. So we could be looking at a very different level than if we had not played it with the code. We're going to clear it this way, though. Maybe it's something we'll look at in another stream. I've got the same clothes on as whoever that was holding the record here. Thank you for the GG on World 7. Let's close this out. And thank you once again, Paxsman, for staying on this long. I'm glad we picked a day where that was at least somewhat possible. Let's read about World 8. World 8 says the website is something with a Japanese title. I think, does it just say Bowser's Castle or something? But anyway, Bowser is hanging out in his castle watching anime with Princess Peach. It's a weird thing to be doing, perhaps more concerning than the kidnapping. You'll just need to take care of a legally obligated boss rush, Bowser's child, and some other minor things first. Okay. Works for me. Oh, so it actually does just say Bowser's Castle in Japanese on the website description, yeah. Works for me. And the Cat in the Hat comes back. Okay, featuring all the wall jumps that everybody remembers from Dr. Seuss. And, okay, that ejects you back to the start for some reason. This is a cat dive. Whoops, I said this is a cat dive. Oh, it's a bit of a fallback if you lose the power-up, I guess. Then we can slide through here. Gotta love Luigi's cat effects, sound-wise. And we just need to crawl through the Peepa segment. Whoops. Couple of coins to collect in this one. We'll see how required they are when we get them. Now, propeller, cannon hat, POW. Oh, okay, I see. We need to do each of these segments as a hub. In combination with the cat, presumably. Hence the title. Cat in the Hat. Okay, so... Well, I mean, we just need to climb through all of these, right? And then eventually hit a switch that will allow us to jump through. Ah, yes, no, we need to land something here, like a crate or something else that will allow me to bust through the lower gate. And by crate, I mean swan. And we'll keep a POW hit for the on-off switch over there. I feel like... Oh, no. That was a problem. I think we'll need to do this again because we'll need something to activate the POWs on that side, so... Let's redo it. Yeah, you can't crawl through the spike block on top, obviously. That's... too much for a cat this tall to be doing. Let's lower that thwomp again, just to... Oh. Come on. There we go. Yeah, okay, cycle around and hit the on-off switch by tapping the ceiling. take this pretty cautiously. And we just drop below for... Oh, not onto the ant trooper, of course, but I'm sure we'll get more cat suits along the way. We'll need to remember which rooms we've been doing. We'll leave the exit coin for later. And try the propeller segment. We'll save the best for last. Oh, no. Okay, you dive and then you twirl with the propeller. Took me a moment to react to that. And, well... maybe let the skip squeaks go first. I thought we were going to cut through them. Maybe miscalculated. That was too many hits on that. Yeah, too many. Tapped it too many times. One boost down below, one above, and we have to save one. Set point. Okay. Climb. Chain it all, and then we should have one boost remaining here. Oh, how come we're short one? Feels like we're supposed to land somewhere at some point, but let's watch that carefully. Wasn't gonna come from the ant trooper. Well, we only have one boost available. What's our landing point? So I missed some kind of jump reset somewhere. Let's figure out where. Because we definitely had two boosts going into this area. And we definitely need to hit the first one here. So I need to figure out where we have a safe landing to reset the... Whoops. No, that was a mistake. Yeah, so where would we even get that additional propeller charge? Let's find out. Okay, let's bounce this. So yeah, we definitely need the second charge to hit the POW chain to begin with. I don't see that we're going to boost off the left side back up past the skip squeak. I don't think that's possible. But then... Whoop. Where is that charge coming from? I had to misread something here. Oh, fell just short. Yeah, so we lost charges here, but then we still need to figure out how there was some possibility to get one additional charge past this point, because, you know, this is requiring one charge, then it requires a second charge. Or maybe I'm misreading the second charge. We just used the first one, that's still going to be sufficient height to get us over to the wall jump. Then the second P that we see later is actually for the later part of the sequence, once we have refresh charges. And yeah, the cat needs to climb sometimes. That's probably at least part of it, is that there's a cat climb that we need to do here. That's not getting me nearly high enough, though. You can get a wall climb on the left, and maybe there's a state switch that allows you to land. where's the state switch coming from? Yeah, absolutely you need to hit that. So maybe you do the wall climb up above the blue blocks, then if there's a state switch at some point, then you can land at that point. Oh, how do we reset? That was a reset. Okay, so we actually did get a reset off of the climb. Did I know that? Oh no, it's off the fence. Okay, I didn't even see that it was a fence here. We're too busy being distracted by the blue blocks. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Except we missed something again. We need to get back on the fence. No, except the fence gets locked up once you activate the on-off switch. So we need to count charges once again, but at least we have one part of that sorted out. Need to take greater advantage of the ability to climb. Okay, so you reset this. Now, there's going to be 2 charges over here. Now, why would you want... Whoop. To spin charges like that? Whoop, hang on. Because you can't just jump off the fence very cleanly. Yeah, no, you do need 1 charge at least to do this. Okay, okay, but then you have the fence over here, which I didn't see. Nope, and then you get to retry every time you do have a climb available. And that gets you almost over. Not quite. Big Mac return. This is live. One moment here. Let's check this out. Yeah, invisible fences. Well, we started to see them. We just developed that vision after a little while. Cat vision. They do kind of blend in. No, they don't. I mean, you know, I just wasn't looking for them. Yeah, 1 burst here for the fence. Just need to know to look for that kind of thing. Then jump. There we go. Okay, it's 2 rooms out of the way. Wonder if we're in for a World 8 that is all hub levels. That would be pretty funny to committed to that. Oh yes, we were saving for the best for last, so we'll do Cannabox first. Then, yeah, you get all 5 hats. Okay. Well, we'd want to climb, but then maybe we do this by falling. Oops, lost it. That's okay. Maybe we... Okay, I need to figure out how to... Oh no, we actually don't get another chance at the Cannabox. So we just need to figure out how to play that more cleanly. I was thinking that you kind of do have to fall into each of those segments. No. Yeah, no, sometimes we need to slip back down. This is something that I don't have very good muscle memory for when it comes to cat control. But every now and then we'll need to give ourselves the opportunity to just slip back down. Good. And then... No, at this point we wall jump up before we hit the spikes. Nope, that was a bit of a problem. You just have to adjust the cat controls and not expect to be able to squirrel, and that gives you a dive instead. I feel like I'm definitely not doing this first one the best way, but yeah, I just need to get accustomed to climbing out. Nope. Okay, we might as well scout ahead to see what all this is. That's a lot that you need to do. But you just need to tear down both columns. The left side is going to be the on-off switch. Right side is going to be... presumably the key, actually, because you'll need a key off of some kind of crush on the right side, so... Let's just do both columns. Let's just slip. Yeah, facing the right way is a pretty good challenge here. Okay, and then here we just... Nope. We need an easier way to get out of here. Let's practice with the cat a little bit just to see. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. You automatically face the pipe while climbing. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, maybe if you're climbing while shooting on the wall cling, that's something that we haven't really played with yet. Like, if you just climb like this... Oh, then you can just shoot like this, yeah. That's clearly what the level was designed around. Okay. Well, now we know. That will save me a lot of fumbling, actually. I hadn't thought about that because, you know, you think you're kind of clinging to the side of the pipe. You wouldn't necessarily think the cannon box is going to go through, but, you know, it absolutely does. That's the whole point of the segment, in fact. Despite my best efforts to do things the hard way. Don't even need a long shot for it. However, if you get into this kind of situation, then... Yeah, then I'm in trouble. And the thing is, given the cat and how it clings onto the walls, you just kind of stop and go. You don't really need to rush the climb. In fact, it's a big problem if you climb too high and have to slip back down and lose the wall cling. Oh. Okay. Here we'll just need to do it this way then. At least that doesn't affect the on-off switch. Better to do everything on the right side first so we don't affect the on-off switch. And just get the key. Now, the problem is, after I do this segment here, we have a bit of an issue, which is that... Yeah, we want to do the top one last. Because then we can actually get out safely. Without having to climb through a ton of spikes. Okay. That took me entirely too long to intuit. Okay, this is just going to be the usual of, whoops, making sure you drop off cleanly with a bullet before letting it detonate on the wall. We've seen it many times, but there's actually a level by Lecter, I think, that I quite specifically associate this with. Might have been one of the YMMs that it was in, 6YMM, I think. Whoops, we didn't want to go through here. Let's go back to the bullet segment. And climb. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to activate that on the switch ourselves, obviously. We want to have some nice clean jumping until we can activate all that to get out. Alright, that was nice and easy. Now for our favorite. What will Goomba Hat give me this time? So you need the Goomba Hat back here to get keys. So yeah, it's going to be a two-way segment, like the Goomba Hat levels that we saw earlier. Oh, no, didn't think about this retracting on me. So yeah, you make it out one way without the Goomba Hat, and then you make it back the other way with it, and you get to see both states. Now this is the one tall Goomba kitty. Tall and twirly. And the state switch here is going to spawn all these crates for us to get around, and it'll be nice and straightforward. Well, with safety, that's all we need to get through this lock over here, which is going to send us out this way. And yeah, here, I mean, we could just climb on the flag, but might as well give it a jump. Okay, next. Lengthy start to World 8, but now it's time for the Koopaling 7. Do we take them all in a boss rush? I think we do. And, well, 4 segments here. Let's take a look. Yeah, and this is going to be coin-based once again. Now, we need to grab the mecha, because we use it to hit him. But we need to be in a good location to throw it that way. Maybe if we just throw it from the right side claw, we're going to be reasonably accurate just because of the way it hits the wall. Whoops. Well, I was expecting it to be done as quickly, but true to a grand finale, it looks like we'll get hub levels all over World 8, or at least these first 2 segments. Let's try to catch this one accurately. Yeah, swing from the top row one, actually. That'll work better. No, not that soon, of course. That Podoboo interrupts that specific timing of heading over to the first claw this early. Yeah, you drop into this and then you throw. We'll just do that 3 times. Oh, once again, let's head over from the middle claw so we can drop in. And then pop them this way. let's not hit fire on the way down, except we hit lava on the way down, so, well, never mind. And yeah, subbing, I mean, you know, we're in World 8 already. We might as well see this through to the end. Do it all in one go. Whoops. Actually works out better for me this way. The concern was just how long we would take in some of the earlier worlds, where around World 5 or so I kind of make a judgment call as to whether it was realistic to do the whole thing today, and I think it is. Because were we to continue tomorrow, I could only really run a bit of a short stream, so it's actually better for me to just do it all in one segment today instead. Very satisfying. Now let's not die to the fire. What do we carry the Koopaling through to the next segment? I'm sure there's an item check, though. That'll disable that. And indeed, there's a fishbone check. And then, well, we get our choice of 3 segments over here. Let's just do them in order so we can keep track. So we just need to hit Ludwig with fire. Oop. And luckily we can just get back on Yoshi when we do get hit most of the time. Most of the time. Those on-off switches all over the place. I wonder what's going on with that. Whether that just completes the red floor over there aesthetically or something. Because unless... yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, good thing you get to easily remount Yoshi here, because that's a lot of incoming damage in a very small box. Considering that my accuracy here isn't been the best. Okay, that's how you do it. It's the on-off switches are there because then that way you only need to do the one hit. Nice way of implementing that, in fact. Just like you can do the fight without it being too excessive when it comes to cycling through, given, you know, how much of an accuracy problem that can be. We need to swallow projectiles, I think, and then... oh no, we don't want to hit those. That's a failure condition. Yeah. We want to hit the right side. Yeah. And lower the muncher. We don't want to deliberately trigger the failure condition. Because you need to block as many projectiles as you can with Yoshi while melting the right side. I noticed that as soon as I shot that projectile at the bombs, I realized what was happening in this room. Okay, good. Nice and simple. We've done the Red Yoshi room, so let's just go to the second one here. And take care of Roy, who's just going to lower himself when he sees some floor to work with. And we'll just have to let him do that. And just get out of his way otherwise. Good amount of variety for a Koopaling Rush, and the fights have been quick too. They've just been very simple interactions just to keep things very pacey. Piranha Room. That's going to be a lot of bouncing, except you need to be pretty much permanently on spin jump then, because otherwise you can't get out. Yeah, that's fine. And if he eliminates everything, that's fine. Then that just turns into a standard fight. Just with heightened risk of being launched by the limit balls. But this settles down very quickly. Except... not if we fail to make that height, of course. We could still jump on top of a ball to do that, but... very quick piranha plant phase, pretty much as soon as you get the first hit in. And everything else just gets sorted out. Yeah, we'll jump the first ball. And then dodge. And then let's wait. Wall jump might have done it as well, just given how much distance you can cover with the twirl in this MBU, but... let's get into the blaster room. Who are we fighting here? It'll be Wendy. Wendy taking her shot once again. A little bit obstructed there. Let's wait it out patiently. Nice little throwback to how Wendy is envisioned in World 1, being the firearms expert. And now we have Morton in a less nautical setting than what we had previously. But yeah, you do need to jump out that way. That has to be the pattern, but without landing onto fire. Main thing to watch out for other than that would be the stun lock as usual. We need to let him stomp first though before anything happens. And then I need enough distance to land. We have to do that in that state before he stomps once again, so this will take a little bit of working out, but... okay. Need to watch our spacing on this, but 3 hits will, as usual, do what we need, and then just need to get around him this way. And we'll need to be a little more patient about that timing when you've got Morton fire creeping down the walls, but other than that, nothing gets more complex with each cycle here. We just need to find a consistent window. That was slightly off what I had hoped for, but we'll still get it. And of course, taking him out peels off all the Morton fire instantly, which means that we now have the opportunity to go back to the central hub and plug in the key. And that's the axe. Right there.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Kaizo Kazooie and Lava Stewie. Okay. And then we need to wrap around the swamp, or no, actually that's a timing mechanism. We just need to do some short jumps there perhaps. And otherwise we just need to make sure that things are being kicked in the correct direction. With the big shells, for instance, you can see that there's a pair of hard blocks tucked in the lava that I think they should be demolishing, but we'll get a little closer and see if they're within range of doing that while still active. No, you just spin jump them and we're all dead, so it's fine. A little over eager there as the thwomp hits. Maybe we're a bit slow for that. I don't know if the thwomp was supposed to cut through at that point or not, but it's definitely hitting some obstacle down below that might impose a little too much distance here. Okay, yeah, no, it is supposed to sail on through cleanly. So, now we know. No, standard jump will do. Still in spin jump mode here. Mentally speaking. Short bounces. And yeah, we want to get ahead a little bit so we can get that bomb to clear the path as soon as we're able, but we need to tidy that all up a little bit here. A little bit behind. Oh, we made it. And then on-off switch on the right side. How do we kick that? Let's think about that, because it looks like it has to be off a shell, but no, it can't be one of those shells. Okay. It's the bomb kick. Here we go. Took me a moment to read the bomb in that stack. This is supposed to hit the on-off switch, and then something's going to release from the blaster, but we need to be a bit faster about all of this. Nope, standard jump there will do. I just need to be a little bit tighter with the jump height all around. Don't need to get so much airtime as we've been doing. Also, whoops, no. Have one up here right at checkpoint as well. Not that the life count is going to be too much of an issue at this point. And then we need to watch our head through this area, going into the mushroom. And yeah, I just need to watch that timing. That's correct. It's just we're a little bit slow. Pretty sure that's correct. Maybe we can even get a bounce and a shell on the way up, but we'll find that out. Okay. And yeah, I need to hold a little bit longer into these just to get enough height, but we do need to do all that while the P-switch is still active, because otherwise they'll just drop out. So we can't dawdle too much on this timing, because otherwise we'll have trouble with having uptime on the blocks that the mushroom is supposed to get us through on the other side. So probably need to jump instantaneously through that and get a bounce on the shell on the way up. But yeah, we need to bounce on the shell on the way up. We just didn't hit that accurately. But that seems like the timing. Yeah, that's correct. And still need to hold into that just a little bit longer. And really crank it to the right as well. Whoops. Well, 2 more levels after this one. We know that Junior is coming at this one. We saw it from the description, so... For the one Junior stage, one Bowser stage, and then... Yeah, I need to be a lot crisper about this timing here. Okay, fine, that'll do. No, too high. That first jump. Low bounce off of the spiny, but then we hold into the other ones and crank all the way to the right. Actually doing a little too much there. We really need to fine-tune this. Paxsman, you said you didn't know you could do that? Didn't know you could do... What, just go straight through the shell and bounce through it, or something else? Like this thing here? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how tight the timer is going to be, right, from what I'm looking at right now with the mushroom interaction on the other side, but... Yeah, that instant bounce is very satisfying when you can get it. Now I really do need to fix this up. Give myself enough airtime to adjust properly. We previously overshot one of the blocks when trying to go full tilt on the right, but... Well, the kind of things you pick up in playtesting, right? When a player is just desperate enough to try a tight timing on something. Yeah, because I guess if you take a slightly more relaxed timing that sets you back by maybe half a second, it might not be critical. Not that we've succeeded with that either. Oops. Slipping a bit much here, but we'll hit at least some of these moving targets from time to time. Okay. No, still having some issues here, just carrying exactly the right amount of momentum up those steps. Okay. Okay, finally. Damage boost here, that's fine. Oh, shouldn't have jumped that, we just needed to fall in and then that would have been fine. Would I like Mario Maker to be pixel perfect so that it feels more like the original game? Well, I mean, which original game, right? Because every Mario game has slightly different physics, and the Mario Maker physics are kind of like a consensus physics that is closest to an SMBU. And it feels right for this game because you have to remember that all of the classic styles have been rebuilt in widescreen, for one thing, so... And then the thing is, with Mario Maker, with all of the styles except 3D World, it's kind of important for the physics to be harmonized. So you can flip styles at will without having to redesign everything, right? If you go back to play something like SMB3, you get actually really long jumps originally, which are even more pronounced in the original 4:3 aspect ratio. And the other thing is that if, for instance, you wanted SMB1 in this game to be really accurate to the original SMB1, you don't get things like high bounces on top of enemies, for instance. Even that got changed for SMB35 when it came out a few years back. And 35 was much closer to SMB1 physics when it came to jumping, but, you know... even there they had to retain the high bounces on enemies just to make the concept work. And so there would be a lot that if you retained the original Mario physics would not function as well as people would expect. That across the board when it comes to the classic Mario games, Mario Maker is kind of an approximation of what people remember them to be like, while accommodating a lot of newer mechanics and other refinements. Okay, I need to do kind of a little mid-jump here to kick this properly. And that's already the conclusion of this level. Getting slightly better at this segment here. Yeah, there's a lot here, even if you're just talking about things that are visual, like you were saying with particle effects, question blocks, etc. There's a lot here that's already cleaned up for the higher resolution, right? Like all the subtle drop shadows all over the place. And things like the POW explosion effects and such that I think it's fine for Mario Maker to kind of have its own enhanced identity. You know, where it almost feels like there's subtle remakes of the original styles. That if you had some kind of HD remake of Super Mario World or something, you'd essentially want it to look like Mario Maker. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of accommodations that you need to make anyway, right? Like, the ability to crouch in all the styles, for instance, which I think actually was not the case in Maker 1. I think in Maker 1, you couldn't crouch a small Mario in SMB1, if I remember correctly. Okay. 4. So no matter what, you need to stretch out what you do with the existing palette, and if you're doing that, might as well just make everything coherent. Oh, you need to hit, whoops, this way. That was unfortunate, but it did grab the POW, I guess, so that's some consolation. Yeah, Paxsman, you're saying you couldn't costumes, but you don't know if Mario could too, yeah. Amiibo costumes were already a bit of a power... No, I remember that each costume kind of has its own crouch animation, but... I know there were some other mechanical limitations that are really easy to forget now until you actually go back to Maker 1. I mean, one of the pleasures of the Amiibo costume is as soon as you get one, you just see what the crouching animation is, right? Oops. But the costumes were kind of strangely mechanically enhanced in their own way anyway, like how they could break through blocks like you can with a mushroom, except with a one-tile height. Oops. One of many subtle things that actually made winding Metroid-style maze design a little more possible and popular in Maker 1. Oh, yeah, I wasn't watching that height. I probably should have watched those skulls carefully and realized that meant death. Yeah, like I've been saying, I kind of expect that whenever there's a Maker 3, that one thing... If there's one thing we can absolutely expect about Maker 3 is that there will be some kind of support for Wonder, like some kind of implementation of Wonder in it. But I kind of wonder what that will... I kind of think that we should consider what that would do to the physics, because Wonder does this really strange thing with having the spin jump be the same height as a regular jump. And then, of course, it was also implemented a game where the spin jump is actually barely usable for anything, because the level design just never asks you to use it, unless you're just doing a Yoshi dismount or something. That's the other thing, too. The Yoshi dismount physics in Maker are actually really far off from Super Mario World. Again, partly because things are in line with something closer to New Super Mario Bros. U across the board. But there's a bunch of stuff like that where, you know, with the Wonder style, how different will it be? Whoops. Okay, so we got 3 jumps on him for the key, and we can just continue past this point. That seems like the right thing to do as long as we keep on platforming and not lose the opportunity to do so. So yeah, up to the claw, then to the left, triple bounce on him. Interesting that you can do that, because you would think that his shell form remains up and running for longer. Whoops. And yeah, Subin, you're saying you really like the old Kirby games. I played through a great deal of the Kirby series off-stream, prior to Air Ride, actually. I played through a lot of Kirby in the past few months. I feel like we cheesed this, kind of. But if you get on that platform quickly enough, you can keep jumping. And yeah, you can absolutely tell, starting with Kirby Superstar, that you have what eventually became the same kind of thinking for the moveset design in Smash Brothers, where you just get this massive moveset just out of directional variations and everything. It came to mind too when I was playing Hollow Knight Silksong, because it took me a little while to adjust to the button bindings for the tools in that game, and then I realized, oh, you know what? If you just think about it like Kirby or Smash controls, and this makes so much sense. That's too early. We do want to cycle to the coin to the right. We just need to get off the blue platform much earlier, and then that fits. I still think I should take out Junior this way just to see what that does. Because yeah, if you do a high bounce, you just get this perfect timing to take him out. Okay, there we go. Nice high bounce over here as well, and then the level is just kind of totally clear from that point. I don't know how much of that was picked up during testing and just kind of permitted, but it's funny that the timing just works out absolutely perfectly, given the way that he's scrolling up on the track. I actually played through the 3DS 3D Classics version of Kirby's Adventure for the first time a few months ago, after having played the NES original a long, long time ago, and it's an absolutely gorgeous version of the game, in fact, to play the 3D enhanced re-release. And it keeps all the original pixel art, but it has the stereoscopic effect. And some other performance enhancements. Anyway, into the grand finale. The end with a perfect 69 lives. Help, says our princess in another castle that we are not supposed to stomp on, it seems, but we tried. I'm glad we demonstrated that on stream. Paxsman, you never did that once somehow, but you probably... Yeah, it probably made it slightly harder to actually have to dodge Junior. Anyway, we'll get a music track here before it says, good luck, Mario. well. And then we need to bump this, and then we let it do the scroll break, and then we've got a lot of Bowser Fire to get around here. Bowser Fire RNG. Okay, let's not get trapped. Whoa, that was close. Awfully close. And then this will almost give me the opportunity to go over, but let's bounce this, and then we'll let it continue. But yeah, I really do need to cross our fingers for a good pattern there. 7 are there even any more mechanics left to discover after this world? I mean, there are always more mechanics to discover in Mario Maker. It's actually rather impressive when you do see a lot of very experienced and dedicated makers via things like viewer levels and community projects and the like, just how much new material there is in Mario Maker after all this time. I mean, you know, even Maker 1 was this constant source of discovery all the way up until Maker 2 came out. There were new things happening in Maker 1 all the way up to the end. Okay. Okay, need to push through that manually, and then we continue. And then we bounce over him once again when the opportunity arises. Oh, and then he gets dunked by another shell. And then we'll need to send it through here when we have another one available. Okay, and then we'll need to bump this one here. Whoa. But yeah, the variety in the Super World has been quite a treat. I think the bomb entity puzzle being paired with the snowball entity puzzle along similar lines was definitely an absolute highlight for me. Anyway, that was a nice and straightforward little finale here. It's a bit of a counterpart to the long sprawling sequences earlier. Kind of like everything comes together as one big summative Bowser's Castle. And look at that, the Goomba transformed back into Princess Peach. I have not played Little Big Planet. I know that when it was active, it had a pretty good maker scene in its own right, and had a reputation for that anyway. But I never had Little Big Planet myself. And that's it for Super Pax World. Paxsman, you'll have to explain to me what the archives are. We did see this come up. I don't know if it's just some drafts from your box that you decided to dump in, or if any of these are remakes or anything, or if they were just fun little bonuses. We will be done for today, but yeah, oh, I see, you uploaded them in reverse order so we could actually see them top to bottom rather than bottom to top if we wanted to browse through all of the descriptions here. Wendy has a gun, we knew that. Yeah, this one was lots of fun with the P-switch detection mechanism. That was really quite a standout creation in its own right. And this was very unique. We had talked about that previously, just having platforms built on top of the rocket boot concept. And Star-Tossed Lovers, yeah, that was the one where you run around invincibly. The Boo Wall level, that was really quite a treat as well. And then doing things the hard way. So you said this was kind of the lower bound on the clear rates. 1.14 is not too bad. Only 8 clears on it, but very few plays thus far. Please practice precautionary practices of fear. Yeah, I think we did. And then, yeah, once again, you know, kind of interesting how the way the previous levels in the world set up the player to be properly trained for this barrage of mechanics in a variety level. Love the POW puzzle, of course, but of course we would. And it goes without saying, it's very satisfying to finally see the Goomba alarm concept in its finished form. Lucas solved the mystery of Super PAX World, and that released him the archive levels, and you said there is other stuff in that secret too. Does this have something to do with the clickable elements that are at the bottom of the website? The ones where you can kind of rotate the different power-ups like a slot machine? Because I noticed that and I clicked on them for a little bit, but I didn't actually look into that further or inspect the elements or anything like that. And speaking of page footers, input power-up code, where page footer... Oh! This must be the puzzle then. Input power-up code. Yeah, so we were just talking about the page footer, and then I hit this description. But then what did this level have to do with a potential code entry? Because this was the one where we had the state switches all over the place. Power-up code. Right, because that has the different power-ups that you can rotate through. So, well, maybe we'll have to look through my video of this and see, because that maybe gives you the 4 power-up sequence that you need for the bottom of the website. And I'll have to look that off stream myself, I think. And yeah, like I said, at some point, if you want me to take a look at Ludwig's lock and key, the standard way perhaps, or rather the quick way in theory, where we don't just input the combination where we face extra resistance. Maybe we'll play that at some point. Maybe not today, but that's something I'd be quite willing to look at. Vibe level designing. Very much so. What is Kaizo if not vibes? Beat up a child. Yeah, we did. And we did so quickly. 3 quick hops on the left, and that's how you beat up a child the fast way. And it's over. I had to say that in the strong bad voice, which I totally can't do. Okay, thank you so much for that, Paxsman. I really hope this entire sequence gets more plays. That was really quite a treat, and I'm glad we managed to run it through in one sequence, and especially pleased that we managed to have you join us for the entirety of it. And so, hope that was at least somewhat revealing. It seems like, you know, every time we play one of these big projects that we discover some things that the maker didn't necessarily consider, but that's exactly what playing everything on video is for. So, and thank you so much everybody who came here to spectate as well. Subin, you said bye for now, hoping for playing viewer levels at some point. Yeah, I'd like to bring him back in at some point. It'll probably be in this time slot here on the Friday night or Saturday morning stream, depending on your time zone. We used to do it on a different day, but that's not as available as it used to be. And so I've been trying to find a good regular spot for it once again, but we'll see when I can kind of get back on a wagon when it comes to viewer levels, because I do have some other maker backlog to get through, as well as some other games that I want to feature later in January. And one of the reasons that we had kind of fallen off viewer levels a bit was because we had so many new releases and other content to play through in the latter half of last year, but it's absolutely my intention to get that going again sooner or later. And we'd be happy to see yours in whatever state they're in, and we're always happy to playtest and record around here. So, we'll scan around for a natural destination for whatever stream we're going to drop you folks off at next, it'll probably be something Maker or at least Maker adjacent, but we'll look around for some of the possibilities. Thank you so much for joining me once again, and to Paxman especially for the wonderful set of levels that we had today. And as usual, have fun with everything that you may be making or playing or drafting or otherwise releasing from the archives. We will look at the website again to see if we can figure something out about the power-up code at the bottom. But we'll probably continue discussing that off-stream at some point. Other than that, have a wonderful weekend, and as always, fare thee well.